Okay, so we're going to discuss about the success factor and what we're going to discuss. So the first initial 3 days is going to be the theory session, Vamsi.
Okay.
And the reason I started with the some theory session, it is, because there was a one batch which I was actually taking, and it was a US for people only. And after I think 4 5 session, this guy said, where is theory? So I was like, I was like, I said, this is a technical session you have opted for. It's not a management session, so it's a full-on technical session. So for just to avoid that kind of a thing, I started keeping for few day, 1 or 2 days theory before I start. That was a one reason. And another reason I realized that not many people they are actually aware about the domain knowledge also. So I
No,
felt, that
you can be functionally smart enough to understand, acha, TK, what is employee central, right? Means it
yes,
houses all employee details, correct? But how you
right.
walk through to do some transactions within success factors, I don't think people possess that knowledge.
Yes, most of them people they don't have that. So that is the reason I started keeping some theory also. Now let's just talk about what is the evolution of HR system. Let's make it interactive, at least the first three session, because I know that after that the technical session will stop and start, and people they don't interact with the technical thing. So see the evolution of HR
Don't worry,
system.
Ashish, if you
Huh,
know something about me, I ask a
huh,
lot of questions, right?
very good.
So you
Asking
will
lots
at
of
point come
question.
to say, Vamsi, let's first do this, then we can talk. Yeah.
Asking question, it shows that you have an interest on a particular area where you want to make your career in. So that's a good thing to ask all these questions. Now let's just
यार
come to the
करियर
evolution of
बनाओ यार
HR
20
system.
साल गुजरने के बाद 20 years of service in this country, trying to see if I can bridge myself from IT to business, and this is the attempt I'm doing by taking this training.
It's a good thing, Vamsi, don't worry. Education never pay, it always pays you in a way or the other. Whether the subject is related to you currently or it is not related to you, trust me, it always pays you. There are certain things which I have personally done it few years before without realizing it. It is paying me now. Okay, let's come back to the evolution of HR system. Now, before SAP SuccessFactor and the SAP, HCM system, what used to generally happen in a domain, Vamsi?
Yes.
What used to generally happen with the, how the HR used to function before this ERP came into the picture?
You're asking me a question, right?
Yes, yes. Asking a
So
question.
basically, when SAP R3 system rolled out, right? SAP
Mm.
had clustered environment where you have to go menu through 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 to get to update a person SSN or a person driver's license record, right? And then complexity grew to maintain these systems on prem. So somewhere around 2014 is when SAP started building a cloud solution of Employee Central, and then they also started bringing other modules like onboarding, talent, performance, and now whatever you're going to be showing us in this one, which is um, compensation, performance management, goal management, learner management system, and pricing, right? um,
Right.
I don't know if I answered it correctly, but that is my thinking on why the cloud systems got into evolution.
Right. The success factor system is not developed by SAP. It was acquired by SAP.
Correct, sorry,
SAP,
yes.
SAP developed the cloud system. I don't remember the name now, which system actually they developed, but that system terribly it failed. So then instead of developing everything from the scratch, what they decided that they will buy this particular system. The success factor was bought. Uh, that was in December 2011, and it took
Okay.
the 2 year for the complete merger and acquisition with SAP. And from January 2014, it is known as a SAP SuccessFactor. Before that, it was an independent company, SuccessFactor. Now, SuccessFactor also acquired some different company. That name also I don't remember. So that was also acquired by SuccessFactor, and now after a few, I think some year, SuccessFactor got acquired by. So that is how. But anyway, coming to the evolution of HR system, before the ERP system, it was lots of paperwork it used to happen. Like for example, if there are employee, because so there used to be a lot of manual activity. Like you have a leave card, so you used to take out the leave card for an employee, then you used to track it, what they are doing, what they're not doing, maintaining everything into registers and everything. So that is how the HR system used to work basically. But after success factor, it came into the picture. It moves everything to the premise-based solution, and that's where the whole ERP, it has started making the whole experience as a smooth experience. So you can see there used to be a lot of paperwork, there used to be a lot of manual record, and in case if they're using some different payroll software, so everything it used to be into a different small software, and it used to traditionally it used to get very difficult to manage those things. But with the ERP, when it was introduced, everything you're managing into one particular system, and not only just into a one particular system, that also get integrated with your another any system, whether it's a third party system or it's a ERP. So that also you can go ahead and implement, do that. So that was a benefit of ERP system, which actually came into. We'll talk about, I think we have also talked about the premise system and the cloud-based system in the demos when I took it. So I'm not going to discuss that. Now here you can see, so now you can see here it's a more modern, it's a more cloud-based human experience management. So basically all these with SAP SuccessFactor, they started offering the experience management to the people. So that was the biggest benefit of SuccessFactor popularity. It became. Acha, you would have also seen that, Vamsi, that uh, some places you would see SAP HR, some places you will see SAP HCM, and some place you're seeing here as a HXM. What is the difference between these three things?
So SAP HR is probably the SAP ECC embedded within SAP ECC on-prem, and HCM could be uh, having both SAP HR as well as SuccessFactors. Um,
And what is HXM?
it could be having all complete solutions from on-prem to cloud to combining with other modules, right? I don't know.
A
I don't know.
SAP HR. See, there's a two different terminology, HR and HCM. Now, HR it is human resource. Now, wherever you will see human resource in any organization, they never deal with the finance activity. So it is known as a HR, which is human resource. They always deal with the human activity whatever it is, so that's how they deal with. But when SAP came into the picture, they started off, instead of HR, they started offering the HCM, which is Human Capital Management. Now, what is capital in this? C stands for capital. Capital here, it means the finance part of it. Like the payroll was a major introduction which came to HR. Earlier, what used to happen, payroll used to be managed by the finance if there is no ERP system. But after the ERP came into the picture, payroll has come to HR people. And HR is managing all the payroll and activity and everything, not only just an activity, there used to be training also. So training also, they used to just HR people, they used to get the training done. But now the finance part also, it has come to the HR. They negotiate, they do the activity, they maintain, and then they post it to the finance for the payment. So similarly, even the recruitment also, how much you're offering. So all these activity, so that is known as a human capital management. And then you can see here HXM. It's a human experience management. With the success factor, this topic, it came into the picture, which is HXM, which is human experience management, which is like, when you work on success factor, it is you are getting all together an experience of managing this success factor. So that is how the HXM is actually. But honestly, if you actually ask me, I think the software which is getting used in a corporate, it should look like professional one, not like on a personal one. Like many people, they say success factor looks like a Facebook. It does to some extent. It looks like a Facebook, so it doesn't give a vibe of a professional software. But I prefer, that professional. That's my personal opinion. That's I prefer the something which is professional. It should look like professional and not something which it should like personal. But anyhow, that's a advantage that what some people they say that. Now, we have already discussed during the demo what is success factor. Success factor is a cloud-based platform where everything is maintained in a cloud. And so that's what so there's a lot of advantage which actually you get to manage the data into the cloud. So one of the thing that you get an advantage, that's a managed people data. So everything it is, you're managing your people data, whether it's a time, whether it's a payroll, employee data. So basically it is, from the recruitment till the employee leaves an organization. So all those data you manage it. So that's a biggest advantage. Otherwise, like it used to be some in different, some data is in a different software, some data is manually. So it used to trigger lots of chaos. Then there's a streamlined HR processes. Obviously, it has a streamlined the HR processes, which is like bringing everything into one platform. That's where you can pull out those data. So that these are certain advantage which you will find into your success factor. Then it improves the employee engagement. Yes, it does improve the employee engagement because with SAP HCM, there is no employee engagement much. But with the success factor, there is a lot of employee engagement. That's where people they can log into their own system access and they can. Actually, Employee Central is also used as a ESS part of it. You have any idea what is ESS?
No, Ashish.
ESS is employee self-service. Like, for example, the company which you're working, in case if you have to submit your uh, some payment detail, so you can use the ESS, to log in and to submit your payment, those detail options. You don't have to physically go to the HR. If you're applying certain leave, you can do that from there. If you want to update your certain information, so that also you can use your from the ESS. So success factor is also used as a ESS. However, that screen looks very different when it comes to the employee central. The normal employee center which we will see, that it will have a different screen, but when you activate for the for ESS, the Employee Central, look and feel completely changes. So that is where the whole difference it is. Um,
Ashish,
Yes.
a quick question here, right?
Hmm.
So
Tell me.
SAP launched this cloud-based system, right? For HR, HCM, HXM, and so on and so forth, correct? And
Right.
let's say the current company where I worked, which is a manufacturing company called Loindel Basin, right?
Hmm.
Um, uh, Loindel Basin has HRMS, SAP, ECC, HRMS, right?
Okay.
And they also have success factors.
Okay.
So, so in this case, success factors can be the master HR data system or even SAP ECC, and there may be a feed going from ECC to success factors and vice versa. Correct?
Right. See, now in this case, like if you're using the HRMS system, so it depends on if it is a legacy system. So, and like certain for few years, certain organization they like to keep that legacy system till the time they are fully satisfied before discontinuing. And if they have introduced, if they have already started working on the success factor, so what they do, they map everything and side by side they keep on testing it whether every success factor is working functionally and everything it is. The moment they realize that after 6 months or it is, then they discontinue with their old system. And with the
Okay.
SAP HCM, SAP HCM is basically it is for payroll. Success
Correct.
factor does not have any payroll solution of their own. So if you have to learn SAP HCM, you have to learn if you have to learn the payroll part of it. So you have to learn the SAP HCM. But as I said, SAP HCM is a premise base and SuccessFactor is a cloud base. So obviously this has to be integrated. So either you integrate, that's a one part of it. Second part of it, your payroll of your SAP HCM is also available on the cloud base also. It's the same screen.
No.
Everything is the same. There is no much changes into that because everything it will work in the same way, just the way it has been before. But it's just an integration part of it, which is known as a PCC part of it. So that is what they link it with the success factor. But as I said, rest everything it will be in the backend. It is all SAP HCM.
And
So
also,
that
Ashish,
is how. Uh,
also when we have spoke 2 3 days back, right? You said that SAP SAP ECC or HANA runs on ABAP programming, correct? And then
yes,
SuccessFactors runs on Java programming, correct?
language.
The language that, yeah, the programming language that these
Yes,
applications.
programming language it is. Yes, that's right.
And what would be the underlying database for SuccessFactors, Ashish?
What do you mean by that?
For example, SAP ECC has S4 HANA, correct?
Right.
HANA is the database, right?
Actually, SAP, not ECC. ECC was a different database, and HANA is a different database. Now, let me explain you. Let me clear that concept.
Okay.
Now, when SAP premise-based solution it was working, you would have seen Indian Railway, right? Now,
Huh?
imagine almost 10 years before Indian Railway, like you would have seen that every small city in India, they have a 3 4 railway ticketing booth. Like in some places they keep on, if a city is big, then obviously they'll have a 3 4, but otherwise in smaller city they will have a one. So now imagine so many cities, so many villages, so many, they log in at the same time and trying to book the ticket. So what used to happen? Railway book, ticket booking every time it used to fail. The moment they used to log in, every time it used to collapse. So
Correct. IRCTC, right? Yeah, yeah. I know.
that is how the SAP from ECC they migrated to HANA cloud, HANA system. HANA is a
Okay.
database. which means everything it has speeded up. There's a lot of
Oh,
speed and there is a lot of your database speed which has increased, so it doesn't collapse now. So that is what the ECC to HANA base it is. Otherwise, there is no difference. And this has happened only because of Indian Railway.
okay.
All right, so that is the difference between ECC. So now, obviously, SAP is saying now a lot of people they say that SAP premise ways it will never go away. How they going to run the payroll? Because SuccessFactor doesn't have a payroll of it, right?
Right, right,
So
right.
so they SAP premise base will never go away. It
Yeah,
will it
so
will
here,
always
here
be.
in yeah, here in America, Ashish, big companies, right? Multi-country
Mm,
companies, multinational companies, which have implementation in more than 50 countries, correct? And
right.
and especially because I'm in Houston, we are a big oil and gas, energy, and retail sector, right?
Mm,
So companies like my company, example, Loindel Basel, or even uh, Cheniere or Encore or any of the large scale SAP systems, right? They
mm,
run on SAP. 80% of the oil and gas companies, retail sector, retail energy and energy sectors run SAP. 20% run
right.
on other systems like Oracle and Workday. Work
Mm,
software Workday, right? Workday.
right.
So small brick and mortar company may just use Workday, not SAP, because of the complexity of integrating SAP with other systems. But Workday is also growing a lot here, Ashish. Right? Many companies, Ashish, for example, Southwest Airlines, right? They were on SAP and now they are on Workday, and they're very happy because Workday compared to
And
SAP is a lot more less complex.
Workday is also using the SAP payroll only. Workday also does not have any payroll.
You're
They
right, they
have all.
don't, but it's only one module of SAP, correct?
It is one module of SAP, right? Which
For
is the
example,
payroll.
they are moving away from SAP HR to Workday HR, SAP Finance
Okay,
to Workday Finance, right?
right.
Your number of integrations will reduce, right? If you only have one system.
Yeah, but on a larger scale, if you see, Workday does not have Workday is an HR system. What they are going to do with the another module then? They need
No,
somewhere to integrate it,
Workday has
right?
HR, Ashish. They predominantly
Sorry?
start Workday started with HR system,
Hmm.
HRMS, human resource HCM.
Right.
No, and then they also started finance module.
Okay.
But you are right, rightly
Acha.
said, right? You said that they don't have payroll, so payroll they still have to maintain in any other ERP system. Yes.
Yeah, it's a difficult. See, if you know the bit of a payroll, you'll understand it is not that simple, to because not only every country they have a different payroll, and within the same country also, if you talk about the same state or same city, within the city also two company they will have a different formula to manage those formula as per the company wise different if they are also present into a different city to manage those fields. So certain thing you have to make it standard, certain thing you have to make it customized. It's not at all that easy to build. So that's where the SAP has advantage of uh like having a software which is, and it is actually very good because I'm a payroll person, so I find it very I'm a technically very sound person, so for me it is like I find payroll to be that's my very perfect area for me. But not of lots of other people, they're not very comfortable. But anyway, as I said, Workday does not have a payroll of their own. So that's one disadvantage. Another disadvantage with the Workday it is that they don't have any other module of like SD marketing, just like what SAP has so many, so you can integrate everything, it will into the same. Tomorrow when Workday will start developing like lots of other modules also, they will also become the same complex like SAP.
Agree.
So
Agree.
anyhow,
Yes.
so now let's talk about the building block of SAP. So there is a lot of module which is there into SAP. So I think there are some around 13 and 14 modules. So we have just selected as a few module of SAP. One, it is Employee Central, which we just going to discuss about it because this entire training is going to happen on the Employee Central. Employee Central, having said that, is a core module of your success factor. What do you mean by the core module of a success factor? Which means once you maintain the data into the Employee Central, from here it flows into the another module. So it becomes a core module, right? Because when you're doing the compensation, you require certain data, employee data. When you doing the payroll, you require certain employee data. When you're doing an appraisal, you require certain data. So from where it is coming? It is coming from the Employee Central. Acha, let me tell you one more thing. Employee Central is not the is the latest module of SuccessFactor. As I told you that SAP acquired SuccessFactor, and from January 2014, it is known as a SAP SuccessFactor, which means before January 2014, there was no Employee Central.
Correct.
Okay, so there was no Employee Central, but then they used to, how they used to manage the data success factor then? Then they used to use the legacy system. What do you mean by the legacy system? Legacy system, it means using the XML. They used to use the XML to a lot of those detail, and because most of the HR people, they're not that technical, so they found it very complex to work. So that is how SAP came with the success factor concept. There's a lot of thing which is there, which we will obviously discuss it in the coming session, or advantage and all these detail. Now, another module, it is recruitment management. Recruitment management, it is nothing, just hiring an employee from the job requisition to your selection. Then there is a onboarding. Onboarding, it is like after your recruitment, it is over, a person has selected an offer from a company, then they obviously they take some time to join the company, right? Because every company they have a some that what they call transition period. Like you have to stay with the company. In India, it is 3 months, so you have to stay here, and then so that is known as a onboarding. During this onboarding phase of an employee, there are certain information which organize as an employee you ask from the company, and certain information which company provides it to you, company asks from you. Like, for example, see, when the recruitment is happening, the organization does not take any of your certificates because they have no idea that who will be selected for a particular position. So once you have been selected, then the organization they ask you for to provide all these certificates and everything. So where do we do that? We do that into the onboarding section of it. Then you have a performance and goal management. So performance and goal management, it is nothing, it's just your appraisal system in simple terms. So that's where you do all these appraisal. Then you have a compensation. Compensation is very different from your payroll. And I think in the during the demo session also I explained compensation is basically it's having those CTC part of it, where you define and design the pay structure for different level and in the organization. And payroll, it is whatever it is your takeaway in the organization. So that's your payroll. Then you have a LMS system, which is a learning management system, which delivers your training activity. So that is the LMS. LMS is a different company. It was SAP acquired that company. Even after acquiring that company, when you will log into the LMS, after logging into SuccessFactor, you will once you log in, you will feel that in LMS the screen is completely different. Look and feel it will be the kind of the same, but the screen will be completely different. So that's another different area which is into the LMS. Then you have a succession and development. Now, let me ask you, what do you mean by succession and development, Vamsi?
development is something that different. For example, performance and goals could be one area, and development could be one area. Development could be is, let's say I am a SAP test manager and I want to do certification in SAP Activate process, just for this conversation's sake, correct? So that
Mhm.
getting certified in SAP Activate process would be part of my development. Now, succession
Okay.
मुझे पता नहीं आशीष. What is succession? I don't know.
Succession, it's a very important concept in the HR area. Like, for example, see, you would be working for a certain organization, you would be working for a certain role in the company, right? Let's suppose you're working as a manager in the organization, and tomorrow your company promotes you to delivery manager. After getting promoted to the delivery manager, the project manager position is vacant. So what your organization asks you that do you see any successee from the lot that was reporting to you? So actually, these things doesn't happen, when you move to another position. These things, it's a parallel activity when the organization identifies somebody. And, then keeping this thing in mind, they keep on training those people, from time to time, so that when anything like certain emergency comes, like if you may resign, they pull person from that person, or if you have been moved to the another position, so they can, they already have somebody. So that is known as a succession management.
Okay.
So it's a good area, but in most of the companies, I have never seen the succession management actually it works. They never
Yes.
implement it, but it's a very good tool to actually to use. So that is what I said, XM, like it's a human experience, right? HXM
Correct.
in the starting, if you remember. So that is
Correct.
where you do all these. And the workforce analytics, it's nothing, it's just a reporting. Every module, they have their own report. There are certain standard report for each module wise. And if not, then you can also develop the custom based report. So this is what we do, all these detail. Then here you can see there are certain advantage of a cloud-based benefit. We have already talked about lots of advantage of a cloud-based benefit. One of the advantage of a cloud-based benefit, it is when you talk about in terms of a amount, cloud-based, see, cloud-based only came into the picture when everywhere, like as what you said, right? The place where you staying, Houston, and lots of oil and gas company which is there. So they have already, I mean, these company, oil and gas companies are never small companies, right? So they are always a very big companies. So these big companies, they have already implemented SAP. Now, SAP across the globe, all major players, they implemented, big companies, they implemented because there, you need to have a server, and server costs are very costly. The bigger the company, bigger the cost it is. So, once you done so SAP, when they implemented in all major countries, they were also wanted to target the mid-level company and the smaller level company. So that is how cloud-based platform came into the picture, because here the companies, they don't have to buy for the server. So servers are already maintained by the SuccessFactor SAP, and when the company they want it, they pay certain amount and they can have an access to that. So that is the
And
biggest
not only
advantage
that,
of.
right? You can add, remove servers as needed as the company grows. So you don't need to go with the massive server structure uh, at the initial stages. You can have as many servers as required, and then as company grows, you can keep adding them. So you don't pay that same cost at the beginning.
No, you're talking about the premise base or you're talking about the cloud base?
Cloud, Ashish, right?
Okay.
The advantage of one other advantage of cloud is, acha, for example, at Loindale Basel, we had 18 app servers running in production, right?
Mhm.
But if we
Okay.
move that to cloud, we may not need 18 app servers, right? We can start with, just for this conversation, 5 or 6, based on the amount of data
Right.
that we are we are running. And then 2 years later, the company grows, they acquire another company. and you have to now integrate the data. And then at that point, we can add 10 more servers, correct? Instead of paying
Yes,
for
that's
20
right.
servers from day one, you'll pay for 20 servers on day 600, right? So,
That's
you know,
right. But then, yeah, that's right. So all these things, it is already there. See, but to be very honest, Vamsi, if a company can afford to have a premise base, there's nothing better than that. Why nothing
correct.
better than that? Because these companies are a particular owned by a particular country. So, like for example, the recent Russia and the Ukraine war we have seen, right? When
Yeah.
this happened, they blocked all the Russian bank account and everything, and they froze. So it can be very scary also, right? With a cloud-based platform. So, so that is the reason, as I said, everything has an advantage and everything has a disadvantage. But so that is what the advantage I have also discussed with you. Disadvantage also I have told you. I shouldn't be telling that, but I have also told you what is the disadvantage of using the cloud-based platform. And yes, you can, as what you said, you can always do a scalability. You can, it reduces your IT costs, what we discussed. One of the major thing that people they often ask, that how secure is your data? And so the SAP uses the GDPR, ISO, and SOC for data protection. So that's where you will know that it will. And even if, like, let's suppose you have 1,000 employee today, and even if you expand to 50,000 employee, so it doesn't mean that the cloud-based system is going to get slowed down. It will never slow down. It's a cloud-based platform. So that will have the same speed and data protection. So that's an advantage of, like you getting a data standard protection, which is GDPR, ISO, and SOC protection. Then we have already discussed about the HXM, which is Human Experience Management. So that's where the introduction of SAP it came into. X HXM actually, it was started by the success factor only. So that's where the whole HR experience. So they started offering the human experience management. They gave more personalized experience to employee, and they felt the system was like, if you coming from the SAP HM background, so that's a completely a professional software. So you, as like what you said in the starting, right, you have to keep on going layers, just to find where the SAP HM it is. So many time people who are not that technical, see, I am technically good, for me it is fine, but not everybody is that technically, right? So that's where people
Correct.
they find it very complex in using the SAP premise-based solution, and that is where like success factor it comes into the picture, because as I said, it gives you the more like experience like you're using a Facebook kind of an activity. So that is what the human experience management it is all about. You have lots of experience, it gives you the personal touch to it. You doesn't feel it is complex. It's just like using a Facebook, you just drag and drop, change the picture, change the color. So all these activity you can do that into your cloud-based platform. And then see here, this topic which success factor written. SuccessFactor integrates with the other SAP system and the third party. It integrates like you have a S/4HANA. We have already discussed what is ECC database and S/4HANA database. So whatever module you will find in S/4HANA, that also you can integrate like finance. Then you have a SDMM, right? So there's so many module. In fact, every module which was there in the ECC has been shifted for database for HANA. So that also you can use, integrate with your success factor. Then success factor is also, you can integrate with a cloud base. Cloud base is nothing, analytics is nothing, just a reporting system. So wherever you have the advanced reporting, you can also integrate that with the success factor, like BI, BW. So all these are cloud-based platform which you can integrate with the success factor. Another integration which you can also see, which is BTP, which is known as a SAP Business Technology Platform. What is Business Technology Platform? It is a cloud-based platform. Cloud-based platform, you can see there are so many cloud-based platform which is there. Like you have a Success which is a cloud-based platform. Then you have, if you talk about another module, like you have a SAP Ariba, which is a cloud-based platform, right? So there's so many other cloud-based platform also which is there. If you want to integrate with that also, you can do that. Then you can also integrate with the third-party system, which is like payroll, benefit, or time tracking solution via API. So time tracking solution, it's most of the companies they actually use a Kronos. So Kronos also, if your company is using, and if you want to integrate that with the success factor, that also you can do that. Then you can also integrate, you can maintain your time management and payroll into the system. And apart from that, you can also integrate if there is some local software which a company has been using, and if they want to integrate with the SAP system, that also they can integrate. And then you also have a benefit part of it. So a benefit part of it is nothing. It's just that actually in US, like they will use SAP HCM for payroll, but they will not use the benefit benefit part of SAP payroll. Why they will not use the benefit? Because they have a certain local software, which is a small software, but they are very comfortable with that. So most of the US companies
Correct.
you will see, I don't know the software actually what that software name it is, but they have that software. They want to do the benefit from there only, and they don't want to migrate to SAP. So that is also, which is a third party system which you can see. So you can see like so this is the biggest advantage of SuccessFactor. It is it can integrate with the third party system, with the BTP, with the cloud base, and with the SAP HANA or ECC system. So that's a biggest advantage. Not every ERP is that comfortable. And so here, this is one of the example of your implementation. Now imagine, see, why do we need success factor? That's where most of the people they fail to understand. Now let's understand there is a company which is there with a 50,000 employee. And before the success factor implementation, they had a lots of inconsistent data. There was a delay in reporting because whenever they used to ask for the report, they used to take lots of time compiling those data and then give you the report. And obviously, and with such kind of a system, it is a very high maintenance cost. Right. Then after implementing success factor, you will see, all employee data has become centralized. And once it has become centralized, it is much more easier to make accountable, and so everybody, that from here the data has to be created. So that is how it has helped. Then it has also helped managers to gain real time visibility into their team. See, once the data accuracy is there, then you also have a lots of visibility when it comes to what you can plan your all the activity, what you want to do, and how you want to design something for your team. Then success factor is also used as a ESS, that is your where you can apply for the leave request, pay slip, or any kind of reimbursement which is there. You want to see your salary slip, so that also you can see online. This is all these detail. So now here you can see those. So the result it is like they have a streamlined HR operation, increase employee satisfaction, and then you have a better decision making with the real time reports, right? So that is the advantage of using any ERP system, which makes the organization more transparent, and it gives a more employee satisfaction. Now let's also discuss about the architecture of a success factor. There are four main layer of an architecture of a success factor. So first layer is a presentation layer. So presentation layer, it is a front end system. That's where you can do all these front end activity in your presentation, right? So that is, so the front end, you have seen the during the demo I showed you the success factor, the screen, right? Homepage screen.
Ashish, I know I did well, 8 years back I did success factors testing. So yes,
Okay, all right.
I
So
know
you
how
already know
SuccessFactors
about
looks
this,
like.
right? So that's
And
a
not only that, right?
right. So that's a
At LYB we
presentation.
use for performance goals, development,
Very good.
um, some other things we use SuccessFactors only.
Very nice. So then another is the application layer where you actually do all the business rule and the processes you manage, the workflow, the rule engine and your data access. So that is where the application layer it comes into the picture. Third layer, it is your database layer. Database layer, it is nothing, it's just that where you maintain all the employee and the organization data, and it's a secure data, it should be there. So that is what the third layer it is. And the fourth layer it is, it's an integration layer. Integration layer, we have just seen that, right? Like your third party
Correct.
integration with your cloud based and CPI that you do that, right? Then your IPS, right? So all these details we have already discussed. Now, from here, your employee central it starts. And so what do you mean by employee central now? So far, I have just given the brief about what the success factor it is, how the success factor look and feel and the architecture and everything. So from here, we are talking about the module specific detail. Now, what do you
Yeah.
mean by
So
employee central?
Employee Central is nothing but where you can add, delete, change, modify an employee record, right? From
Yes, very
example,
good.
from employee PCI and PII details, right? An employee
Right.
hire status. Huh? What happened?
No, no, nothing happened. I am writing something. Don't worry.
Okay. Uh, yeah. So it is anything to do with the employee employment record,
Hmm.
um, and uh, their career growth, basically, right? Like if I joined the company on day one as an analyst, in 2 years I became a senior analyst. In 4 years I've become a um, lead analyst. Next year I became a manager for analyst manager. So my growth on how I've been moved within the organization with different pay structure and benefits will be in EC.
Right. Right. So that is what the employee central it is all about. That's very rightly said. And which you also mentioned that some about the employee record. Which employee record which we are talking about?
Employee record would be if I am logging into SuccessFactors, I will be able to see my own employee details, personal details, my education, who I report to, and who is my who I report to, right? Education. I don't know if I see compensation, but that's you can put a question mark there. Compensation, I don't remember. But let's say Ashish, you are my manager, and I report to you. When you log into Success Factors, not only you see your record, you'll also see my record as a reportee that I report to you. The
Right.
organizational reporting structure.
Right.
And if I'm an admin on SAP Success Factors, I should be able to see all employees basically.
Yes, you should be able to see all the employee, but not the compensation of your team member. Your
Correct.
employee may
Except,
have a different,
yeah, the pay,
right? So
the
the
salary,
pay
we
part
will
of
not be
it,
able to see.
yes, it's always hidden.
Correct.
So that's something, you may not get an access to how much an employee is actually getting in. So that's obviously for the confidential reason they always hide it. But other than that, rest you can see. I think the pay structure and the address you cannot see often people who are reporting to you. Rest everything you can always go ahead and check for your team member. Now, address also it is for the config, you know that very well for what purpose address are also not revealed to the managers, right? So
Correct.
rest everything it is there for the employee to see. But what else data you can see for the employee?
um, any LMS details, right? Any courses you have completed within the organization's learner management
So
system,
I'll say the training.
training, yeah,
But
training.
there is also a lot of other data, right? Like for example, your first name, your last name. You will see all these data in every ERP system, right? Your address,
All I work for
phone
chest में.
number,
Okay.
email
Yeah.
ID,
हाँ, पर्सनल डिटेल
right?
में वो सब आ जाएगा ना आशीष.
हाँ, that's
फर्स्ट नेम,
right. The
लास्ट
personal
नेम,
detail में आ
एड्रेस,
जाएगा
फोन
ये सब.
नंबर, ईमेल आईडी.
Right. That's so. And
करेक्ट.
what about but these are not the only data, right? You will also see lots of other corporate data also. Like for example, the salary. That is not this personal data, right? Your
करेक्ट.
location,
Isn't
your
compensation
biz.
salary the same thing?
No, it's not the same thing. It's a different thing.
Okay.
I
Okay.
explained that during the demo
Okay.
that
Yeah, correct, correct,
compensation,
correct, 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 correct. Compensation
I
is a
explained that, right?
different
Compensation
variable.
and salary, it's
Correct,
not
correct, correct,
the same thing, right?
correct, correct.
We'll touch base when we'll touch base the compensation.
हाँ. Business क्या?
Business unit,
Business, business. Yeah, what organization I report to? Yes, yes,
right?
yes.
Your cost center, your
Cost center,
department,
exactly. Yes. What is my cost center for headphones or something? Department, yes. Division
division,
and
right?
employee. Uh, what do you call that? When you go into an organization, you're at. If you're a manager, you have to be an E7. If you're a lead, you have to be E6.
Level,
Level.
employee
Ah,
level.
employee. Yeah, level.
Certain people said in certain organization they also call it as a band.
Band. Okay. Uh, we
So
can see a
these
lot
detail
more
also
actually. For
you
example,
get a lot of yes.
if you are there, you can see company training modules, right?
Yes,
Uh,
we have all.
uh,
I think we have already included training.
training is there. The training module is there. Um,
There's a lot of things when you join the first day on the any organization, you will see that your HR comes to you and they give you a sheet. That sheet, it always has a data which is comprising of your corporate, corporate data and the succession data. Entire your employee central it will revolve around these two data, corporate data and succession data. Corporate data in simple terms is a data which company provides to you. And your succession data is a data which you provides to the organization. Okay.
okay,
So that is where the difference you will understand. So succession data, you know that it's a personal detail and the corporate data, these detail. Okay.
right.
In the last session, we have seen what is Employee Central, and we have seen Employee Central is a cloud-based platform where you record your all employee data. Now, this data is a mixture of a corporate data and a succession data. So let's also understand what is corporate data and what is succession data. Corporate data is nothing. It's the data which company provides to you. That's in simple terms. And succession data, it's your personal data which you provide to the organization. Now, you would have seen when you join on a very first day any company, they give you a sheet to fill, and that sheet has a combination of a corporate and succession data. So some data which you have to provide, your personal detail, and some data what the company related information. So that is basically, uh, it's known as an employee central. An entire employee central is divided into the corporate data and the succession data. We have also taken a certain employee record. Now there are so many employee record in that sheet when you maintain. So some of the record here which we have taken, so you can see, so some of them are your succession data and some of them are your corporate data. So corporate data basically you can see here, like which is basically salary, location, Then you have a business unit, cost center, department, division, level, and band. So basically, these are the data which is coming from the company to you. So that becomes your corporate data. And certain personal data, the data which you provide, because the company will not know. Like, for example, your address, your company will not know. So you are providing your address to the organization. Your email ID will, your company will not know. Your phone number, they will not know, right? So these are the data which you provide to the organization. Now let's also understand the importance of Employee Central. Now, why Employee Central is important or how it is different from another ERP? There are various factors why Employee Central is important. And so first, it captures your data, it maintains your data that is on a cloud platform. So that's a one importance. Everything you can maintain in a cloud, and you can access those data from anywhere in the world as far as you have an internet connection and the credentials. So that is one important thing which you will find. Second, you will find it captures history. Well, in fact, this history, it captures in every ERP. That is what the entire ERP is all about. Now, let's understand what do we mean by it captures history. Let's suppose, today is 23rd of November, and you have joined a company in Chennai. You've joined a company in Chennai, and normally what happens, the company give you any IT company, whenever you will join, they give you the 14 days of accommodation. Now, after 14 days, you have to look for your own accommodation. So here you can see on 23rd you have joined, and this 23rd, let's assume that you stay there for 14 days, so roughly around 2 weeks time. So I think that will basically it will come to, if I take it from 23rd, so roughly around 6, so which means you are here in this place till 6th of December. After that, you have to look for your own accommodation. So it means from 7th of December, let's assume you move somewhere, you look for an accommodation and you move to that place. So that was on 7th of December. Now, while working in the organization, you also come across with certain of your colleagues. And one of the colleague, it was, they had 3 BHK. Out of this 3 BHK, two room was already occupied. One, it was by yourself, and another, it was by somebody else. So one room was vacant. So they offered to you. And because of some security reason, you decided to move with them. So in this case, you decided that you will be moving with them on, let's assume the 15th of December, you moved here with them. Until now, you're there only with them. So which means you have stayed here till 14th of December. Now, what we are actually doing, if you see here, we are trying to capture the history. So like this, you will have to capture history for each and every record. Now, these records are important because whenever anything happens in the organization and whenever you want to track the record of an employee, so these history, it gives you all the detail. Now history can be captured for everything, not just only for the address. Like for example, let's suppose on 23rd November 2025, when you joined the organization, so your basic salary, it was, let's assume on the assumption basis, it was 15,000. 15,000 you got it. That is your basic salary. Now, obviously, once you get confirmed, the organization will raise your salary. If not raise your salary, then maybe after once you complete your 1 year, then 100% you'll be getting your appraisal. In this case, let's assume. So on 22nd of November, they have increased your salary 26. So instead of 50,000, now you're getting it 20,000. So that's again a basic salary which has been increased. And again in 2027, there is a salary hike which has been given to you. So now this time you're getting 25,000. So you can see how your history, it has moved from here to here. So in case if somebody wants to track it, your manager wants to track it or the top manager wants to track it, how your growth in the organization has been there, so they can always capture the history. So as I said, history can be for any record. You will always go ahead and you can create a history. So you'll always see that if you're changing a location from one place to another place. So that location also can be tracked, if HR has maintained the history. So it captures your history. Another importance you will see in Employee Central, everything you will see on one page. So that's another important, like for example, if you have worked on any other premise-based software, you will see, there is a concept of info type. So you uh, put the employee record and you put your one of the info type and then you can check all the record one by one, that is info type by info type. But in the employee central success factor, you will see all the record you can maintain on one page. Let me show you. So here, if I come here and if I click into the employee center, so you can see this employee file is basically it's employee central. So if I click into your employee file, you will see all data related to employee. It will show here. So you can see now, my obviously this is not my name, so they have just the server team, they have given me the user ID. So you can see your picture, you can see your first name, last name, username, and you can see your some of your detail here. You can see your mail ID and your manager also. So here you can see there is a lot of information which is coming here, right? So which is like an employee detail. So you have all these section in the employee detail. Then you have a job information. So you can see all these section in the job information. You have time related information. You have a compensation related information. So whatever record you will maintain, it will show here. Whatever record you do not maintain, it will not show here. So like this, you will see your all these detail. So that's a person information. Like for example, here you can see you have your biographical information. So there are certain information which you can see, the one which you have maintained, it is showing. The one which you have not maintained, it is not showing. Then you have a contract information. So you can see all these address and everything. Then you have a job information. So here you can see the job related information, employment detail, position related information, when you have joined, what you have joined, which company, which business unit, division, department, location, job code, time zone. You can also see certain information which is related with the job information. Like you can see your manager, you can see the job classification, the title, the grade you're working on, how many weekly hours you're working, what is FT. FT is basically, it's nothing, it's a full-time employee. Acha, these boxes, the one which you're seeing here, right? Like for example, this job information box, the one which you can see here, the position information box, these boxes are known as your portlet. So let me write down here. So these boxes are known as Spotlight. And the boxes which you see on your home page, like for example, if I come to your home page and here you will see there are certain boxes. So these boxes, you can also create it as per your company requirement. So these boxes are known as tiles. So whenever somebody talks about Potlet or whenever somebody talks about your tile, now you know that where on which section they are basically talking about. Now, the portlet which we have seen in the Employee Central, that also you can create it, and the existing portlet, which is coming, so you can also modify that. So, and the same thing, it goes with the tile also. Tile also you can create it as per the requirement, and you can modify all these tiles. So these are, let's also come back to this one, the importance of Employee Center. So after you can see everything into the one page, then you will also see here, create association. Now, association is not a standard functionality of a success factor. It's basically it's a custom functionality. So, what is the meaning of association? Association means like all, like for example, you can see this is your corporate data. So here also it's like one by one. If you want to create corporate data, you can go ahead and create that. But in case, let's assume on one screen you want to see everything. You want to see the employee, the company which he is actually working. You want to see employee business unit. You want to see employee cost center. You want to see employee department, division, everything, related to corporate data. If you want to see, then you can link all these things. So that basically linking it is known as a association. As we proceed ahead, and when this topic will again come, so we will see what is association and how we can actually create it. But association, is nothing, it's just you're linking your corporate data so that every all the record of an employee you can see on one page. So that is your association. Then another detail it's your workflow. Now workflow in any other ERP, it is they have a separate consultant who creates the workflow. But in SuccessFactor, you can go ahead and create your own workflow. It's not that complex like in another ERP. So in this case, it's like, so now let's understand what is workflow. Workflow, it's nothing, it's just a notification which gets triggered. And based on that, your manager can decide whether they want to approve or they want to reject, the application which they have received. So that is what your workflow it is. Now in SuccessFactor, you can create a sixth level of workflow. Now, what is the meaning of sixth level of workflow? Like, for example, if an employee has created a workflow, in that case, it will go to the manager's manager, or like this, if you have various other level also. So like this, you can create all these level in the system. So SuccessFactor provides you sixth level of organization. Now, that's a very rare you will come across that you will use the sixth level of workflow. Normally, you will see, companies they have only the one or the maximum you will see it's like they will go ahead with a two level of workflow, or in case if the workflow is very big, then maximum to maximum they will have a three level of workflow. But SuccessFactor provides you the sixth level of workflow. That also we'll see how we can create it when we're going to touch base on the workflow. Then apart from this workflow, you will also you can create data, uh, you know like your use effective dated object. Now, what is the meaning of a use effective dated object? The meaning of a use effective dated object, it means you can create a record for the future. Now, that's something again which is available in every ERP. In every ERP, you can go ahead and create a record for the future. So, like for example, if you see there is expansion in a company, right? And if you have to create certain other department or division, so like this, you can go ahead and create a record for the future. So, and then another detail you will see, you have your permission basis. Now, this permission in another ERP, it was not there with functional people. It was there with the technical people. So, but in SuccessFactor, as I said, everything has in SuccessFactor has to be done by you. So even a permission also, it has to be done by you. Permission basically it is like, you will see who will get the edit permission, who will get the read permission, or in case if you want certain thing to be deleted, who will get this permission. So let's suppose you have a three employee, you have a Ram, Sham, and then you have some and then if you have another employee, maybe let's assume that you have some, like, and there's so in this case, what permission they will get? Maybe let's suppose Ram will get the edit permission, Sham will get the read permission, and Candice will get the delete permission. So you can see all the permissions are different. So in that case, you will have to create all these permission, and then respectively, you'll have to link these employee to those permission. So that is what your permission it is, and you will see all these permission, you can go ahead. So basically, we call it as a role-based permission, RBP. All these permission we'll see with the regulars, with the session in the coming session, how we can create all these permissions. We'll have a separate topic also altogether for our BP, which is a complete role-based permission. There we will see how we can create permission and how we can link permission. Then, apart from this, there can also be certain other importance, which is like now, success factor is basically we talked about the cloud platform. Now, another importance it is it's a subscription-based model. So let me write down here. Now let's understand what is subscription-based model. Subscription-based model. Now, if you know how the those premise-based model it works. In premise-based model, what happens when you buy the let's talk with the SAP HM. When you buy the SAP HM, along with that, the complete package it comes. But especially when it comes to HR, and especially the payroll part of it. Now here you have to buy, one stack, and one stack is consist of 500 licenses. Now, which means if there are 200 employee in the company, but you're still paying for the 300 employee extra. So there it is like, one stack concept which is there. So if there are more than 500 people, so in that case, you have to buy the two stack. But in SuccessFactor, if there are 200 employee only, in that case, you can buy only 200 subscription. You can pay for the 200 subscription, and then your employee can start using it. So that's another way of, the company saves lots of money. Now, another thing it can also be there in the premise ways that the sales team obviously they will negotiate because they have only 200 employees. Anyway, that's a different thing altogether. But in success factor, like this, the company saves lots of money. So they have a subscription-based model. So they and another detail it is you can also access success factor from mobile. So there is, you can download the app. Not many feature you can actually do from the mobile, but certain feature you can obviously use in the mobile. Like for example, if you have gone, because of office work, you are somewhere else. So in that case, you can mark yourself as a present and send your report to the manager, right? So that's one of the advantage here. Now, mobile-based activation, if you want to see, you can come here into your setting, and in the setting, you will see, let me show you. If I come to the settings, so here you will see this mobile-based activation, it is coming. So first thing what you will have to do, so you can see how this app will look like. It will show you like this on your mobile. So first thing you have to give your email ID and send your email. And nowadays, because everybody has a smartphone, with that email, you will get a link. And with that link, you can download the app. So it will show you, it's like if you have Apple phone or if you have an Android. So you can go ahead and create all these sections. Once you create, download all these things, then you have to come here and activate this. Once you activate, then it will start showing your system mobile here. So this is how you basically go ahead and activate your mobile section. Then some people they also call success factor as a very user friendly in the sense, like success factor, if you see here, like for example, if I come to my home page, you will see here everything. It is like, they have a certain box. Now if I scroll down here again, you can edit, remove. So it's a more or less, it's like, some people they call it as just like using a Facebook. So that is how they call it as a more user friendly. But whereas on the premise base, you will see everything, you have to search for it. You have to go inside, and then only you come to a particular knot. So, so that is another reason, they call as a success factor as a user friendly. So these are some of the importance you will see. You will have in your employee central. And now let's come to your PPT also. Let's finish off even with this section also. So Employee Central, we have already talked about. Employee Central is the heart of entire success factor suite because it manages all your employee record, and with this record only, it you can see the other record in your another module. Like for example, if you maintain employees central at employee detail, from here you can send this data to your performance and goal management when the appraisal is happening. You can also send this data to the compensation when the compensation it is happening. You can also send the data to your variable pay when you're doing the maintaining the bonus record, right? So that is the reason. So Employee Central is basically, it is known as a heart of a success factor suite. Now, Employee Central was not there. Employee Central history is not very old. In fact, when SAP acquired SuccessFactor, there was no Employee Central module. So after, when it was in the process of the 2 year it took, for the complete merger and acquisition. So since January 2014, they launched Employee Central. So it means before that there was no Employee Central. So how the SuccessFactor used to manage his data? SuccessFactor used to manage his data with a legacy system. Now, what do you mean by the legacy system? Legacy system is basically it's nothing. It's your XML part of it. So that is how they used to map all the employee data. Some data you still have to map into your legacy system. That's something which we will see in the coming session. And there is some data, what they have done, they have moved that to the MDF concept, which is metadata framework. So both these concepts we'll see that how we can manage and maintain data from the XML and how we can maintain directly into the system, which is through the MDF concept. So that is what you will see all these employee central record, and you can go ahead and do so. You can see, so you can go ahead and see it's a smart, configurable, and globally adopted platform, which means instead of work, you see, XML is a bit technical, which not very people are comfortable with. So in that case, SAP shifted that thing that was to the MDF concept. We'll see this MDF concept and XML also again in the coming session. Now, the role of employee central in HR, so there's a lot of role which it does. It updates your, see, before employee central, they used to maintain all the data in an Excel sheet if there was no system. So when you're maintaining data into an Excel sheet, various time, when the data is a huge data, it gets very difficult to find a particular detail for an employee. So the biggest advantage it is right, when you have the employee central, it's you can maintain everything on the record and one by one employee you can see that. So you can that the data is fine. When you have when you have the Excel sheet data, you can't share it with the employee because if you share that Excel sheet with an employee, they will see the other person data also. But in SuccessFactor, when you're maintaining a data for one employee, that employee will see the data only for his record. And in case if there is any issue with that record, he can always either you can change the record if the permission is given. If the permission is not given, in that case, what happens? There is a workflow which gets triggered, and when HR approves it, then only it will centrally store your data. So, like this, also you will see your data, and these kind of a data is more accurate. It is automated and it is standardized across your the company. So everywhere it's like whichever the location it is, the same data they will say. Now here also you can see Employee Central handles certain data for employee. In employee, you will see just if you just remember, it's like I showed it at how the Employee Central it looks like into the organization. Like for example, if I again come back here and if I show you here, which is your employee file, in this employee file, you can see there is a lot of employee detail, job detail, right? You have your all these sections. So again, if I come back here, so you will see SuccessFactor handles all the data which is for the employee, which is like personal job compensation and the employment detail. And they handle the data in terms of an organization, which is a structure, hierarchy, departments, and the reporting line. There is certain event kind of an activity also which you have to create, and there are certain even which is actually available from the success factor side also. But in case if your client also wants certain event, that also you can create it. Such events are basically it is hire, promotions, transfer, termination, rehire. So like this, you can go ahead and see all these potlet into your employee center. Now, the core component of an employee center. Now, let's understand, let's explore the main blocks of employee center. So that's a foundation object. Foundation object we have. So what is foundation object? Foundation object is nothing. Like for example, let me show you. So if I come here, so you will see here. See foundation object. If you come here, you will see your into your manage organization pay and job structure. So this is nothing, it's just a corporate data. So again, if I come here and if I type here as a manage organization pay and job structure, so here you will see manage organization pay and job structure. Okay, now before we discuss about manage organization pay and job structure, let me tell you majority of a screen in SuccessFactor is divided into two things. One, it is a search area, and another, it is a create area. Search area is you can select any of these element and you can search for the existing data which you have created. And in case if you want to create new, you can come here into the create new section and you can go ahead and create that. Now, let's suppose here so these object, the one which you're seeing here. So like location group, geo zone, location, pay range, pay grade, pay component group, frequency, dynamic role. So these are, it's basically, it's an element or object. Let's suppose if I want to find out the location group. So here you can come here. So you can see all these location group. Now there is some data which is a standard, some data, because it's a demo system. So many people they have created certain data. So like this, you can see all these detail. So these are the foundation object. And why this is known as a foundation object? This is known as a foundation object because without creating this, you cannot hire an employee. So when you hire an employee, you need a location group, you need a geozone, you need a location, you need a pay range, pay grade, pay component, frequency, right? So like this, you will see all these details. So like this, you can see all these data. So these are the foundation object. And in case if you want to create it, let's suppose if I create here as a location group, now you can see there are certain field it is coming. So with this field, you can go ahead and create your certain record for the location group. So you have a code, you have a name, you have a description, you have a status. Actually, all these field which is coming, this is also you can map it. You can change all these. Like, for example, you can see this is a asterisk sign, it is coming. Asterisk sign means it is mandatory. Now, if you want to make certain thing, which is a pick list, like this is a pick list, so you can, change all these data. Maybe let's suppose I want to make a name as a mandatory option. So you can create all these sections. How we can do that? That's something we will see with the coming session. So these are the foundation object. Any object which you find into your manage organization pay and job structure, this is a foundation object. And any changes if you have to do, that changes you will have to do into your XML. So for XML, we'll have a complete session, and that's where we will see how we can do all these XML. Now, another corporate data you will find that is into your managed data. Now let me show you your managed data also. So if I come here into your this section, and if I type here as a managed data, so again, if I click here into manage data, so you will see manage data again, it is divided into the search section. And here again, you can see it's a create new section. Now let's just come into the search section and let's talk about, I want to search here for business unit. So the moment you will type it as a business unit, you will see, and you can search from here all the business unit which has been created. So you can see somebody has created lots of business unit for a particular company. And if I scroll further down below here, now here you can see all these business unit it is showing here. So this is a label, and in bracket you can see they have given as a ID. Majority of the data in Employee Central, it will be divided into two things. One, it is a ID, and another, it is a label. So this is the label, this is the ID. So this actually makes a job much more easier, because here you can see all these details. Now let's talk about, I want to check here as a human resource. HR detail, which is so you can see they have a start detail, they have a business unit code, they have a description, which is nothing, just a unit name, description, status, right? And who's basically head of a unit. So like this, you can see all these managed data. So there is a lot of corporate data here you can find. So this is like you can see all these managed data. And in case, as I told you, that like SAP has moved the majority of data from the XML to your MDF concept. MDF is nothing, it's just a metadata framework, which basically it means you don't have to work on XML. And this is what they call it as a legacy system, because that is how originally the SuccessFactors system, it was designed to work on XML. But SAP moved everything to the MDF, which means you don't have to work on the MDF and you can manage directly into the system. Okay. Now, if any changes has to happen into the managed data, so where we can do all these changes, we can make all these changes into your configure object definition. Now, what is configure object definition? Do not worry. At this point of time, just understand that in case if you have to make any changes, you can make all these changes to the configure object definition. How we can make the changes, what all changes has to happen, that again, as I said, we will discuss with the regular session. Now, let's just come back to the PPT. Now, here you can see the building block of your employee center, the foundation object. The foundation object that we already discussed, it will have your legal entities, department, location, division, right? So all these are part of a foundation object. In fact, the one what we have discussed, that the element which comes into manage organization, PM chart structure, you will find those in the foundation object. Like for example, here you can see they have created as a legal entity, which is ABC Global Private Limited. And this ABC Global Private Limited has a three legal entities. Apart from having a three legal entities, you will see they have a 10 department and 4 location. All these you can create into the foundation object. Then the another detail you can see employee data. So if you remember, we discussed about in the yesterday's session also and the today's session also before we started that the entire employee central data is being divided into the corporate data and succession data. Right, so corporate data is nothing, it's just a foundation object. So you can see all these details, and your succession data is nothing, it's just a personal detail, right? So you can see your the name, date of birth, you have a job title, manager, hiring date, right? So these are your personal data, which is then you can see there is a position management. Position management is one of the very important concept in your employee center. We will see in the coming session how we can create the position, how we can create the structure for that, and how we can also create the reporting line for that. Now here you can see the position, which is marketing manager, and to whom it reports to, right? So all these job structure, the reporting line, you can go ahead and create in Employee Central. Then you have a event reason and the workflow. Event reason, it's nothing. It's just that if there is any change which has occurred, for whatever may be the reason, if there is any change which has happened, maybe you're getting promoted and so there is a change in a position, there's a change in the salary. So all those events you can track in the system. And the workflow, it is nothing, it's just that once there is a change, it will trigger a workflow. It will trigger a workflow and it will go to the respective manager. And then they can decide whether they want to approve or they do not want to approve. So that is basically, it is known as a workflow. Then apart from this, you can see here, like there is a promotion here which has happened. So this is basically, why you promoting to somebody. You can always track this event reason. Now, what will be the benefit of this? Benefit of this, it will be when you're trying to track the history of an employee, you can always see what where on the date that when employee was promoted and for what purpose he was promoted, right? So like this, you can see all these records. Then you can see there is a business rule. Business rule, it's nothing. It's just like creating your, see, something which is not standard. In such cases, you will have to create a business rule. It's just like a PCRN schema, what we do into your premise space. But business rules are way too simple. It's not that complex like PCR and schema. So like this, you will see all these section. Like for example, you can see, when you're doing the data validation, like for example, when you select a particular country, you want certain data to be autofill, right? So in that case, you can go ahead and create a business rule. So you can see here, when you hiring somebody in India, it should automatically select as a India location, right? When you're hiring somebody in Singapore, it should automatically select as a location as a Singapore. So like this, you can create all these business. No, why only this? Like, when you're selecting India, it should also have Indian currency. It should also show you as a Indian city and the Indian state, right? So it should not happen, when you hiring for India, it is showing you as a United States data, right? So that will be, a lot of data you'll have to search. So that is for all those purpose, you can see there are business rule. Now, there are certain business rule which SuccessFactor provides to you, and certain business rule when it is not standard, and when these rules are basically it's a client specific. In such cases, you will have to create all these rules. Then you have a workflow. So you will see all these workflow detail. So workflow, as we have already discussed, it's nothing, it's just a notification which gets triggered. And based on that, manager can decide what they want to approve and what they do not want to approve. So here you can see your leave request, which an employee has applied, and it is going to the manager, and it is also going to the HR approve. So like this, you can decide to whom you want to get approved and with whom you do not want to get approved. So that is what basically it is. Now, here you can see, employee record structure, the portlet. Portlet, I have already told you what is basically it's a portlet. If I come to the system, and in the system, like all these boxes, we have already discussed, these are boxes are known as a portlet. So you have all these various boxes. Actually, some of the portlets, some of the section, and all these portlet, you can also go ahead and create it. Like for example, let's suppose you're working in the manufacturing setup. In manufacturing setup, there are certain manufacturing company who provide certain shoes, certain clothes to the employee so that they can use that shoes and the clothes. And so like this also, you can create a portlet and you can track those record, to whom you have given, what size you have to give. So all those record you can try, you can create a section, subsection under portlet, and ask employee to fill all that information, so that when you provide all these detail, it should be, it should properly fit for the employee. So like this, you can create all these spotlight. Like some of the portlet you can see here, which is coming as an employee information. Some of the portlet, it is job details. Some of them, it is compensation and benefit. Then you can see as a performance review, you have a time of training and development. You can create your own portlet, but majority of a portlet are standard. Like for example, some common portlets you will see here as a personal information. This will capture your employee name, date of birth, gender, your contract detail. Then you have a job information. This will capture your position, department, manager, employment status. You have a compensation related information, which will capture your pay component, currency, and the frequency. Then you can see, so like this, you can see all these certain important portlets showing up here. Like for example, national ID, it has your PAN detail, it has a social security number detail, so like this you can capture all the data of an employee. So these are basically, it is known as a portlet. Now, integration with the SAP other module. Now, SuccessFactor integrates. See, there are two kind of an integration. One integration, it is within the module. Like this one is talking about within the module, and there are certain integration which is a external integration. External integration we have already discussed yesterday in one of the sessions. So, like for example, we talked about those integration. Let me show you where we talked about those integration to the third party, what we discussed, where it is. So this one you can see, like you can integrate with a SAP for HANA system or ECC system. Then cloud-based platform you have like BTP platform, third-party detail you have. So this is another integration. So the you only require SAP SuccessFactor other consultant when you are doing the integration. If you do not require anything for the integration, then everything in SuccessFactor has to be done by you only, which means has to be done by you only, which means like any kind of a changes which has to happen, it has to be done by you. It is like any kind of a integration which is module to module, again that will be done by you. There is no basis team, there is no finance team, there is no ABAP team, everything it has to be done by you. And do not worry, it is not that complex, it is very simple. So that is what basically the integration is we are referring to. Then so, like for example, if you have maintained the employee central, so from recruitment, like you can see how the data will come into employee central. So that also you can you can transfer those data from recruitment to employee central. So you will see your detail. Then you have a onboarding. Onboarding is nothing. It's just that the time when employee has accepted the offer and the time that he is taking to join the company. So that is basically it is known as an onboarding. Now this is a very small module, but this is basically it's an onboarding. Then you have a compensation. Compensation pull out your data, how much you will be the pay structure, basically how it will look like. So you can see these are all integration, right? So it is all integrated with employee central and the respective module. You don't have to do anything also. It's just that you maintain the record automatically, the data gets flowed from the one module to another module. Then you can also see the performance and goal. Performance and goal, it's nothing, it's just your payroll system. Sorry, it's your appraisal system. And in your appraisal system, how do you want to maintain all these record? You can maintain that record into the performance and goal management section. Then you have a payroll. Payroll is nothing, it's just a ECP, which is employee central payroll. Or you can also maintain that with a SAP HCM detail. So now premise success factor does not have a payroll of its own. So either you have to use a premise based solution, or if you want to move the cloud based, the same thing what they have done, they have moved to the cloud. Screens and everything, it is the same. It's just that you have the cloud section detail, that's where you can maintain it. Then you have analytics. Analytics is nothing, it's just your dashboard and the report. So like this, you can see all these details. Then you have let's see some of the example here. Now, there is a company which is a Technova, and here you can see they operate in a 10 different countries. Before Employee Central, what used to happen, each country, they used to have a different HR system. Now, imagine if every country, you for the same organization, if you have a different HR system, it would be very difficult for you to come into a line with one data, right? Because everywhere you will see that there will be some data they have maintained differently. Now, it will be difficult also to compile a report because since the data is different, so it will be very difficult. Many times you'll find the data which is inconsistencies. Like, for example, if you are in Germany, so there, and let's suppose for some reason you have come to India for some project. So here you have informed to the HR that this data has changed, but you have not informed to the HR in Germany. So there will be always an inconsistency in data. So that is the reason it is always important to have a one system, for the organization, wherever it is, they can maintain the same record. Now, here also you can see after Employee Central, all data is unified under one global system. Manager can view the entire detail of an employee, and then they can also pull out the report. So the result, it will be 40% faster. I mean, you can HR can save lots of time. Manager can save create lots of visibility, how they want to plan for employee and how they want to plan for the company. And this makes everybody happy, right? The employee is also happy, the manager is also happy because they don't have to duplicate all these work. So that is your detail. Now, Employee Central, we have already talked about. Some of the Employee Central we talked about yesterday. Some of them we talked about in today's session also. We also have seen certain exercise for the Employee Central, majorly that what the data is divided into two major detail, which is a corporate data and a succession data. So we talked about corporate data and we also talked about the succession data. Advantage of Employee Central we have seen in today's session, and we have seen it it is capable of capturing history. We have also seen it is creating association, which is nothing, it's just a relationship. We have also seen what is the use of an effective dated object, or your workflow, what it is, then permission detail, how you have to give all these detail. What is permission section in your employee central? Then we also have a corporate data model, and we discuss that any kind of a changes which is there in a corporate data model, which you can see, basically it's a foundation object, which is manage organization pay and job structure. So these foundation object you can maintain in your XML, and there are another, like corporate data, which you can also maintain into your MDF, which is metadata framework. And that's where you can go ahead and changes that in into your configure object definition. Achha, this was about the corporate data. What about the succession data? Succession data, which is nothing, it's just a private, your personal data. That data also you can maintain it. And in case if there is any changes which is required, you can make those changes into your manage business configuration. Now here you can see your why success factor corporate data structure. We have already discussed the foundation object. That's where you can maintain your data into your managed organization pay and job structure. And you can see this MDF concept. MDF concept you can maintain into your managed data. So like this, you can see, like, as I said, what used to happen before foundation object. Foundation object is nothing, it's just that you maintaining those data with a legacy standard system. And the legacy standard system, it is like in your XML part of it. That is basically, it's a legacy system. So that is how you go ahead and create all these records. Then you can see foundation object. We have already spent lots of time on the foundation object. Foundation object is nothing, it's just a legal entity, business unit, department, location, pay grade, right? So all those details. So in fact, I showed you the foundation object, all the element which comes into your manage organization, pay and job structure. That's what basically it's a foundation object. Some of the element and object it will come, that is your company, legal entity, business unit, division, department, location, cost center, pay group, job classification. Then you can see the foundation object here. So all these are basically, it's an XML detail, and this is how the XML it will look like. So this is the starting of a particular line, this is the closing of a particular line, right? So you can see what they are talking about. So they are talking about the location, this is the label, how the label will look like, what the field it should have, right? So here you can see the field is basically, it's a location name, the country. If you want to make certain thing mandatory, so like this you can go ahead and make certain thing mandatory. So these are all your foundation objects. So basically you're maintaining all the record which is into your XML part of it. In case if there is any changes which has to happen. So that is how the foundation object you can do. Then there is a metadata framework. Metadata framework, we already discussed that any object which is there into your managed data, that's something you can maintain directly into the system, which means you don't have to work on the X XML part of it. Now, the advantage it will be that you're no longer working on the XML, and you can also integrate that with the workflow, business rules, certain permission. So like this, you can go ahead with the metadata framework. It is a very important concept, your metadata framework, because everything directly you can maintain in the system and you don't have to use the XML, which is very a good thing for certain HR people, because majority of our HR people, they are not that technically good. So in that case, so they don't have to use the XML. So that is what the MDF concept it is all about. Then you can see there are certain SAP directions. So SAP is moving everything from the foundation object to the metadata framework. Now, the one which I showed you in the system, the managed data, so all these object, which was already there into your MDF before, 7 8 year before, but after slowly and gradually, SAP has been moving everything from the foundation object to the metadata framework. So it will also be like, in the coming month or the coming year, you will see there will be no foundation object, and everything they have moved to the single framework, which is metadata framework. So you can see here in the future, MDF will be the single framework for all corporate data, which means there will be no foundation object, and you do not have to maintain anything into the XML part of it. Now, foundation object we have talked about, like location, pay range, job classification. So you can see some of them they have already moved, which is like they call it as a MDF foundation object hybrid. Some of them are still yet to be there to be moved. The day they will move everything, they will stop this foundation object concept and everything. You can go ahead and do that. So, like for example, here, let's see some of the example here. Like for example, you have a location which you actually maintain in the foundation object. But after, so here you can see like the old way it is like you edit into the XML, and the new way it will be you can maintain everything into the MDF concept and into the system directly. So you don't need your XML part of it. So here you can see your old way it is like you're maintaining everything into the XML, and the new way it is you directly maintaining in the system, right, with the MDF concept. So you don't have to use the XML part of it. So that is what you will see the difference it has come. Now there is a legacy standard model in the success factor. So these legacy standard, Acha, what do you mean by standard data? Legacy standard data is nothing. It's just your, those XML part of it. So legacy system, it means basically before the MDF concept, everything they used to maintain with the XML, and that is what they are calling it as a legacy system. So here also you can see to the XML based configuration, they used to make all these changes into the system. But after SAP took over SuccessFactor, they introduced a new concept, which is MDF. And now you can maintain all these data from the MDF itself, right? So that is the difference which has come. Now, there are certain file which is there into the XML file, like corporate data, succession data model. Then you will also have a country-specific corporate data model. You will have a country-specific succession data model, right? Then you also have a certain XML file, which is like you have the event and event reason. You also have for the propagation rule. So like this you will find your all these XML file. Now let's also see how we can add an employee in a system. So there are two major ways through which you can add an employee. Now once we will start adding an employee, you will see you can add an employee through add new employee. So add new employee is basically, it's a very time consuming activity. You will see, it almost takes 1 hour to add an employee. Then you also have a contingent worker. So what is contingent worker? Contingent worker, it's a the staff which is not permanent. So in that case, you can also create a contingent worker. There are rehire employee. Rehire employee means when you are basically existing employee when they have left the company and you have to add, let me show you add new employee detail here. So if I come here and if I type here as a add new employee, so here you can see add new employee. Now, if I go ahead and click on this one, and if I have to hire somebody, so you will see there will be a screen pop up, it will come. So like this, it will ask you all these details. So here you can see you have this standard template. So whether you want to hire a template for add new employee or you want to hire somebody for contingent worker. So like this, you can select all these details. So for example, again, if I come here as a add new employee, so here with the add new employee, you can see you can also add with a contingent worker or you can hire you're with a fixed term with a certain employee when you're actually hiring with a fixed term, right? So like this, you can hire an employee. You can go ahead and maintain all these records. So that's basically you can see you can create and add new employee. How we can add a new employee, that's also again we will see in the coming session. So add new employee, basically it is divided into four major section. One, it is your personal information. In personal information, you maintain all the record of an employee, which basically it is nothing. It's just a first name, last name, date of birth, gender, national ID, PAN, social security number, right? So all these details, you have a succession data. It's a combination of a succession data and the country specific data. So here you can see how this add employee information it will look like. So you have a position detail, you have an employment detail, you have an organization detail, right, which consists of your company, business unit, who's your manager. It will have a salary, benefit, documentation. So it will have all these detail. Like for example, again here you can see business unit, division, department, location, job classification, position. So all these are nothing. It's just the employment detail. Then you have a compensation information. Compensation information, it is nothing. It's just that it will have a data which is related to your compensation, which is like your pay group, you have a pay frequency, you have a currency, you have an amount. So all these detail you can maintain in the compensation, which is related to the employee payment. And then you will see the job information in a way that which position you're holding, when did you join the company, to whom you're reporting. So all these detail you can maintain into your job information. Then apart from the job information, now what happens in the background? See, the moment you create an employee with using add new employee, so it will create the employee ID, it will create the employment, job, and the compensation. And you'll also see that once you create it, an ID gets assigned to that, which is a person ID. So this automatically gets generated by the system. But in case if you want to change that particular number, you can always go ahead and change that. Then there is a workflow gets triggered, and data is basically it is a sync, right? So from the employee central and into your add new employee, so data gets synced. So this is what happens in the background. Now this is you can also create an employee with the add new employee, or you can also create an employee we are using your import option. Import option, how we can create, that's something again we will see with the coming session. But like this, you can go ahead and create it. Now here you can see add employee via API. API is nothing, it's just that third party connection. In case if you have been using the premise base and you want to transfer those data, and this is the only place you will require some external consultant who can map into the system. So this is not our part. They will map it and they will transfer all these data. But in case if you have to do hire somebody, if it is a new employee, so in that case, you can also go ahead and import. You can also use the import option, or you can also directly use the add employee and hire an employee. Now, these are certain introduction part, which you can see here, like introduction to your, SAP. So we have already talked about all these introduction, your success factor introduction, what this employee central is and how, in fact, your employee entire record from hiring to retirement. So you will see into your employee center. So you can see certain data, which is like national ID, national, address information. So you can go ahead and check your all these details, and as we discussed, like from the employee central data flows into the other module, which is like learning, performance and goal, compensation, succession and development. So like this, you will see this is a permission issue. So from here, you can go ahead and give this permission. Now, permissions are given into your two detail, which is manage permission group and manage permission rule. You can select it and you can do it. So this is how the basically the screen looks like for the permission. So you have the module wise detail. You can click on these module wise and you can give all these permission. So like this, you can go ahead and give all these permission. This is permissions are divided into two major sections in SuccessFactor. One, it is a user permission. User permission, it is like for all the employee in a company. And then there is an administrator permission. So administrator permission, it is like people who are certified in your employee center, and only those people can go ahead and make certain changes into the system. So that is basically it is known as a administrator permission. We will see that in the coming session. We'll see that how we can give this administrator permission and how we can use your user permission, how we can define and how we can link all these details. Then here you can see personal and then employment data. So you will see all these, as we discussed, certain data is divided into personal, certain data is divided into your corporate data. So like this, you will see all these sections. So you can see national ID, detail, address information, you can see, and you can also see there's a lot of detail here, like employment information, talent profile, notes, history, compensation, benefit, variable pay, right? Then country specific data, any country specific data, if you have, you can go ahead and create this and employee file user interface. So if you're importing those detail, how you going to maintain those data, employee information, related information like username, first name, last name. You have a certain tile which you want to create, person information as we have discussed, employment information. Acha, here in your this section, you can see job information and you can also see the organization information. You also have a certain action. Now, this action are very similar to what we use in the premise base. And if you click here, you can go ahead and maintain certain record for an employee. Then you have a pick list. Pick list is nothing, it's just your certain data which comes as a drop down. So that is basically, it is known as a pick list. Let me show you certain data and let me explain to you what is pick list. Like for example, if I come here into the manage organization pay and job structure, so if I just type here as a manage organization pay and job structure, so you will see certain data, it has a pick list. Let me show you. So here, if I click as a geo zone, now you can see the status it is, right? So anything which is coming as a drop down. So this is basically, it's a pick list. Now there are certain pick lists which you can create, and there are certain pick list which is provided by the success factor. So both we will discuss it, how we can create from the scratch as per the client requirement, and how we can see the certain pick list which is coming from the success factor itself. Now, this is event and event reason. So you will see all your event and event reason it will come. I think we'll stop this session here today. And from here, we'll continue with the rest into tomorrow's session. All right. So we have seen yesterday your corporate data. In corporate data, we have discussed about your managed organization pay and job structure. And I told you that any object or element, why I'm saying object or element, some places they have referred to object and some places they have referred to element. So, so any object or element which is there in your manage organization pay and job structure, if you have to make any changes, you have to make changes into your XML. And any corporate data element which is there, so that is basically, it is known as a foundation object. So if I come here and if I make search here into manage organization pay and job structure, you will see manage organization pay and job structure detail. And here you can see actually most of the screen in your success factor is basically divided into search and selection. So this side it is search, and this side if you want to create a new thing, you can go ahead and create. How you can search? You can see location group, geo zone, location, pay range, pay grade, pay component group, frequency, dynamic role. So these are the foundation object in your company. So what do you mean with foundation object? Foundation object, it means without creating these detail, you cannot hire anybody in the organization. So that is what is a foundation object it is. And this side, you can go ahead and create your foundation object, and any changes which is there, like this code name, like you can see this field type, right? So these detail you will have to make into your XML. Now, quite possible that after some years, you will see that success factor is getting away with the XML. So you'll only have the MDF concept left. There'll not be any XML. Earlier, for year before, we used to do everything into XML, but uh, slowly and gradually they started migrating everything to the instance architecture. And actually, to be honest, they want to get away with the provisioning system. All when SAP acquired SuccessFactors, then that point of time there was a three system. So they got away with the second system, and now they're trying to shift everything to the from provisioning to the instance architecture, and they will get away with that. Almost like 95% they have shifted everything. It's just that how to activate the module and some part of a upload, your XML upload, which is still happening from the provisioning detail. Otherwise, rest everything you can do from the instance architecture. So if I come and show you in systems, if you come here and if you type here as your managed data, which is your, so once you type here as a managed data, you will see, and if you click here, it has been divided into your search and selection. So this side you are basically searching, and this side if you want to create a new entry, you can use this option to create a new entry. Now let me show you the search option. Like for example, if you search for any must manage data, which is, let's suppose if I search for the legal entity. So if you type here as a legal entity, you will see it will come here. Once you click here, you can search for the existing legal entity, which is there in this particular system. Now, because it's a demo system, so some of the data will be from the standard success factor, and some of them people they have created. Like you can see all these people they have created, and wherever you will see your um, some detail, I don't know which one to show you. I think it comes with the ace or something. That's where you know that it's a actual created by success factor only. Anyhow, let's just click any of this. So you can see AB company it is showing here. So if I click on AB company. So you can see when it was created, company name, legal entity ID, status, standard weekly hour. So like this, you can see here all these detail. And if you want to create a new record, so if I type here as a legal entity again, you will see from the right hand side, you can create a new legal entity record. Now this will be, it will have all field and you have to make an entry. And once you make an entry, you can go ahead and save your record. So this is how you maintain your, create a new entry into manager. Same way, if I click here as a department, so you will see this side, you can search for the existing department. You have so many department in the system. Like for example, you want to have a learning department, you can see legal administration. So if I click here, you can see the existing record here, which is like start date, code name, and the status. And this is basically team, it's a association. That's something we will see in the coming session. And this side, if I select here as a create new, and if I click here as a department, so you will see here it's a department and you can create a new entry for the department. So this is how you work on the manage data also. Now, with the managed data also, it's a corporate data, and even the object or element which you're seeing into your managed organization pen chart structure, that is also the corporate data. The only thing it is, once you're working in the managed data, you're working with the MDF concept. Now, what is MDF concept? MDF, it is meta data framework. What is, in simple terms, the meaning of a metadata framework? It is you do not have to work on the XML and directly you can make changes into the system from the XML itself. So that is the meaning of a metadata framework. Now, the object element which is present into manage your organization pay and job structure, you can make changes into the XML. But where you're going to make the changes for the managed data, you're going to make changes to the managed data, that is configure object definition. So here, in case if you have to change any particular field, if you have to add any field, if you want to make it mandatory, not mandatory, if you want to make it drop down, any kind of a field changes, if you want to do, you can always come into your configure object definition and make those changes. Okay. So any changes which you will see, you will have to make it into your configure object definition. Then apart from the corporate data, we have also discussed about the succession data, right? So any succession data you can check into your employee file. So employee file, if I come here, you will see you can see this employee file, right? So any data which you will see here, these are succession data. But anyway, here you will see both combination of your corporate and a succession data. So that is what you will see. So this, like, you can see all these detail, like your personal information. You will see your job information, compensation related information, time related information, right? So all these detail you can see into your my employee file, which is nothing, it's just a succession data. Succession data is completely moved to the MDF object, and any changes which is actually you can make here, that is a manage business configuration. Now, if you understand these three part of your success factor, almost like 40% of a issue, it comes into your these three section. So if you
Okay.
understand like uh, all these areas, so like 40% of a issue you'll be able to resolve of your own. So that is what your corporate and a succession data it is. You will see here. Now let's side by side. Let's also finish off with the PPT part of it. So let me see till where we have done this. Integration Employee Central. So we were talking about the Employee Central. So we have discussed about what is Employee Central. A short exercise also we have done yesterday and the Employee Central. And then we have also seen in today's session and partially in yesterday's session, corporate data model and succession data model. We discussed about majorly the success factor Employee Central is being divided into two major uh, detail, that is corporate data model and your succession data model. We have also covered the advantage of an employee central. So let's quickly see that. Capable of capturing history, creating association, which is nothing, it's just a relationship. Relationship we actually call into the premise-based solution, and in your success factor we call it as a association. Then we have also seen the use effective dated object. We have discussed about what is the purpose of a use effective dated object in yesterday's session. We have also seen what is the workflow and how this in success factor workflow is actually different from the workflow which you will see in another ERP, and the permission issue, right? Now, the permission issue is basically in any other ERP, you will see that it is actually there with the system networking team. But here, since in SuccessFactor everything has to be done by you, so it is under the consultant only. So that is the reason you can see this is also kind of an advantage only. But initially, yes, when you are doing it, it just takes some time to understand that what access has to be given and what access not has to be given. Corporate data, corporate data model, we have seen yesterday. Succession data. Succession data is nothing, it's just your uh, personal data which you maintain into the system. So this is the area where you actually maintain all your personal information. Any changes which you'll be doing, that is into your must manage business configuration. As I said, that these three things, it almost, if you understand properly, you'll be able to resolve almost like, uh, like 75%.
Why? Because in success factors, majority of the data will be driven by these three areas. Ashish?
Kind of a yes, you can say that yes. That majority of them, it will be driven by these three areas. So that is the reason the 40% of the issue actually it comes from these three section. And so we have already seen your manage organization pay and job structure. Then we have also seen your managed data, which is nothing, it's just an MDF part of your employee central. And we have seen that any changes which has to be done into, so these both are actually basically it's a corporate data. So any corporate data which you will see that is in managed data, you will have to make changes into configure object definition. If you understand, it's fine. If you do not understand, do not worry. Next week, we're going to cover everything in detail. Then,
Okay.
as we have your succession data model. Succession data model we discuss about is nothing, it's just a corporate data model, and it is all about your personal data and any changes which will be happening, it will be happening into your managed business configuration. Then you can see your like why the success factor corporate data structure. So there are basically it is you will see that they have a two different kind of a layer, which is your foundation object and another one it is a MDF object. I have already explained to you these two concepts, so I'm not getting into the foundation object, which I've already told you, like which any changes, those are the standard corporate data. And some places you will also find that they call it as a legacy system. I have told you, I think, in the yesterday session also, and in the day before yesterday session also, anything whatever they are referring to legacy, they are referring to XML actually. Because
Okay.
before introduction of an employee central, uh, you know, all the data of a success factor used to manage, edit, make changes, read everything. They used to do that with the XML only. So that is what they refer to the legacy system. And so here also you can see they exist together because foundation object are part of a legacy standard data model. Here also you can see they are referring to a legacy standard data model. And the MDF is a newer flexible framework, which means you can directly make changes into the system, and it is more non-technical. So it's more user-friendly. Anyhow, XML is also not very difficult. It's just that, you
Tags,
need a good
HTML
trainer.
tags, you know.
Sorry.
XML is nothing but HTML tags, right, Ashish? So it's all
Yes,
tags within
HTML.
tags, right?
Yes,
Yeah. So
right.
you have to read the data
Correct.
within the brackets. So yeah.
That's right. So if you understand the basic concept of it, and if a trainer is going to explain to you in a simple way, it is actually not that complicated at all. Now let's move further. Now here you will see the foundation object. Foundation object we have already said, all those data which you can see into your manage organization pen chart structure. I've already shown you, I think there are 7 to 8 those detail, which kind of consists of a legal entity, business unit, department, pay grade, location, right? So all these section you will find into your uh, foundation object, those so that's so without which basically you will not be able to hire anybody in the company, and that is the reason they're calling it as a foundation object. So you can see the company, which is nothing, it's just a legal entity, business unit, division, department, location, cost center, pay group, job classification. Next week, again, when we're going to touch this topic, that point of time we're going to hire. In each of these foundation object will make an entry. So I'll show you that how you can create a company till the employee, from the position to everything, how we can do everything into the foundation object.
So Ashish, I have a quick question there. On the
Yes.
foundation object, because this is SAP and SAP owns success factors, they're calling it as foundation objects. But if we take a traditional database or if we take a traditional application, can this be also seen as master data?
Yeah, it's a master data only.
Okay, master data only, right? Okay, got it.
It's
The
a
way
yeah,
SAP
it's a
calls, we call foundation objects. Okay.
yes, it's a master data only. It was everything, it was clubbed into one in the legacy into the XML. But when SAP took over, like some people would have shown some concern on the XML part of it. So what SAP did, they started moving everything to the MDF. And I personally believe that moving everything would not have been so easy, because that was a part of a legacy, and because everything it was happening from there. So that is how they slowly and gradually they have moved most of the thing from the from the foundation object to your XML, from the foundation object to your MDF concept. But as I
Okay.
said, all so like almost like not very long time ago also, even if you just take it as a 4 or 5 years before also, right? So there used to be a lot of activity in the in the foundation object, but now you will see only just 7 8 activity which is there, rest everything has been moved.
So
So I
also,
think
also
hmm,
Ashish, I know one or two success factors people, right? When I talk to them, they say in success factors, we cannot make many changes from what is already there, right? Is that a true
correct.
statement?
That's a true statement. We cannot customize anything in SuccessFactor,
Okay.
but we can do configuration. I think I explained to you the concept of configuration and customization in yesterday's session. You
Okay,
can
Ashish.
make the
Sorry to
changes
interrupt.
to, you're saying something?
No, no, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
You can make changes to the data. You can make changes to the something what you see on the screen.
Right, right, right. It's the
Like for
data that, for example, a person got married and their last name got changed, right? From Richard to
yes.
Walter. So we can go change it here. But what my question was, for example, under personal information, you see first name, middle name, last name. That cannot be
Mm.
customized, correct?
No, no, see, the data when it's already there, you can only configure.
Right. That's what. Okay. I think we both are saying the same thing, but in a different way. Okay. No, never mind. Okay.
No, no, let me add something to it. Like, for example, here you're seeing the first name, marital status, middle name, and the last name, country of birth, and the night. So if I edit this section here, maybe let's suppose if I click on this section and if I edit your this detail, so some places you can see one, it is mandatory. Another here you can see you can add the text here. Here you can see drop down. Some places you will see the date. The detail you can change. Like
Correct.
I don't want to
The
make this
the underlying data that is stored can be changed, but not the fields that carry that data.
no
Okay.
feel also you can change.
Huh?
Anything
So
which you
middle
can
name,
see
can I
on the
change it
screen.
to M name or something like that?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Something which you are seeing on the screen, that you can change.
Okay.
But now let's suppose if I have to if there is something which I have to configure it from the scratch, that is called customization. Okay. Like for example, here you can see personal information. Let's suppose I want um how do I explain?
No,
Customization
no,
is something when
Ashish,
it is
doesn't need to be this complex, right? My my only ask was, um, because I work on the traditional databases, right, like Oracle, um,
Mhm.
uh, Hyperion, and other ones, correct? So
Right.
Oracle will have a table, and the table will have the columns.
Okay.
The column headers we cannot change because they're standard from Oracle.
Okay.
However, within the table, we can add an additional um, column and call it customization, right?
Acha.
I'm so
No,
I'm
but
so
here
sorry.
it's perfect. It's fine. So here everything you can change. Can you see this personal information? This also you can change. Any box also you can change. You can change the label. You can change the
Oh,
field type here. Maybe instead of just Henry, you can see you can make it as a drop down. You can change anything, whatever you see.
okay.
Okay, so that ways it is, but so that ways it is, you can go ahead and make all these changes, uh, you know. So and the customization it would be, let's suppose if I want, let's suppose this person information is not there, and I want to, but anyway, that is also possible. I don't know how do I explain to you customization.
नहीं मेरे को समझ में आया आशीष. That's good enough. I got it. Okay.
Okay, all right, wonderful. So let's go ahead. So that is, so all those detail you can do. So these are the section which you can see into your this area like company legacy system. So all these detail actually it's a part of a foundation object. And here you can see foundation object. We have also told you about anything which is corporate data model and any changes which you can do that is into your XML, right? This is how the XML it looks like. But do not worry, Vamsi. I'll make the XML very simple for you and it is not at all complex.
No, I know
And
how to read XML, Ashish.
all right, wonderful. So that
Yeah.
will make the things easier and
Yeah.
it will also speed up.
right? In this
So
example, you're saying, right, the object type is location and the label is called location, which means
very
the
nice.
the the field label will be titled as location, and
Yes,
then the fields within that field is location name, country,
yes. Right. So these are the ID. So like this, you
and
can see.
where it
So
says
this
required
is
true means it's a mandatory.
very nice. Very nice. So you're already good to go.
Process
You
review
know,
document. Yes, sir.
you just need to understand this software. Otherwise, you're good to go and start working into the Employee Central. Then here you can see metadata framework. Metadata framework also, which I told you that the advantage of a metadata framework and what is that the most advantage it is that you don't have to work on XML, and you also do not require any provisioning system. You can directly do that into any changes and everything you can directly do into your system. So you can see these are the advantage. 100% it is your user interface driven and there is no XML file, and it is also integrated with your rules, workflow, permission. And what is a business rule, workflow, permission? That's something we will see in the third week of your employee central training. So, because
Sure.
as we start getting into the technical part of it, the difficulty level as it will keep on rising. So that's where we'll see all these business rule workflow, how we can go ahead and do that. Now here you can see SAP direction which has been given, and so we just included into your this session that SAP is migrating everything from your foundation object to your MDF. So I have been saying that uh, on and off during the session that SAP is going to. So after few,
Do they have a date, Ashish, when they'll go to complete this transition?
I have been hearing this from last 7, 8 years.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. So somebody who
Only,
comes as a success factors consultant should be well versed in understanding XML and also MDF.
yes, yes,
Okay.
that is the reason I said, I'll have a one separate session for XML. But the only advantage it is that earlier, I think 2 years back also, they used to be almost like, 20 around some data into your foundation object, but now it has been reduced to, I think, some 7, 8 data. So that is the advantage which has actually happened. But anyhow, some data is still they have moved it and they call it as an MDF foundation object hybrid. They have moved that to the, like you can see position, pay range, and pay job classification. They have already moved. But anyhow, so you can see in the future MDF will be the single framework for all corporate data model. So that is the what uh, you will see, and majority of them they have actually shifted. So here you can see like the old way and the new way which is coming here. Old way it was XML, and new way it is coming with the MDF, which on and off I have already explained to you that how we can do all these old and the new detail which is coming. Then here you can see legacy data model. So in one of the batch, somebody asked me what is a legacy data model. So I added this slide after that particular session which I took it. So here you can see the legacy data model is nothing. It's just that uh, when SuccessFactor, they build their system, everything used to happen into the XML. And that is how the majority of a thing, it used to work in all the module. And that is the same XML part of it. They call it as a legacy data model. But now SAP has introduced with the MDF, which means you don't have to work on the XML part of it. That is only is the meaning of a legacy data model. Now here you can see with the legacy data model, there are few file, which is corporate data model, succession data model, country specific corporate data model, and succession data model. There are few more XML file, which is event and event reason and the workflow. So these are the data model you will see. And now let's get down to add new employee. So you can now I'll show you that how we can add an employee into the system. There are various ways through which you can add an employee. Um, and when you want to add an employee, the moment you will see that, I'll type as an add new employee, it will show me these three things. Add new employee, add contingent worker, and rehire employee. What is the meaning of a add new employee? The day employee whose record is not there in a system. What is the meaning of a contingent worker? Contingent worker means like uh, people who are not on the payroll.
Vendors, vendors, yeah.
Yes, people who are not on the payroll of
Temporary
your
staff.
organization. Yes. Then there are rehire. Rehire means when people they basically come from they have left the organization and again they rejoin the company. That is known as a rehire. There's detail. So you can see so there will be normally the four box which is going to come. It will have the personal data. So in your personal data, which will have your first name, last name, data. You can see all these data it will have. And this will be the part of a succession data model. Basically, it will be part of a person information portlet. Then if we move on, you will see the employee information. This employee information, it will be coming from the foundation object, or your MDF object. So this is like all these detail you will see. So in the employee information. Then another detail you will see, which is a compensation data. Compensation data is basically like your pay structure, payment frequency model, amount, right? So this is actually is going to sit into your compensation information portlet. Where do you see portlet, Vamsi?
In
You see
compensation.
portlet, no, yes, in compensation and in the employee file, you
Oh,
will see your
information.
compensation.
Information from portlet. Yeah.
Right. So then you can see your job information. So you will see all these job information which is related to the position, department, job classification, so all those detail you will create. And here majorly your business rule basically it starts. Now, okay, we'll see from here. Now let's just get down to your add new employee. So if I type here as a add new employee here, you will see um,
You get add contingent worker, manage employee groups, manage time off structures.
yes. Okay. So here you will see, so if I type here as a add new employee, yes. So here you can see a lot of detail about the add new employee. So with add new employee, you can see like you can hire an employee. Then contingent worker we have already discussed. And then there is a I don't think so there's any rehire section it is showing up here. But anyway, the majorly we have to focus on it's your add new employee. Now adding an employee also. There are three ways you can add new employee. As we proceed ahead, we will see that. But the first way, what we are seeing,
New record.
add new employee, and here it is
Next one
creating
is a
user.
contingent worker.
Yes, how to create user. So this is right. So this is what we are seeing the first part of it, and as we proceed ahead, we'll continue to see the other detail also with the. So this is how you can create user. And here you can see add employee. So if I come here, so you can see it is asking you for a date and then it's asking you for a company. So in the company, so now obviously the people they have created so many other companies. So apart from the standard data, you will also find some legacy some standard data also, which anything which is coming in with the ACE, that is something with the success factor they have created. Now, I'll hire for somebody for India. Anyway, I'm not quite sure that India record will be there. So I'll hire for 1710, which is for USA. So, which is best run USA. Anywhere you will see the best one, right? So just understand that is a created by success factor. Now here you can see the event reason. Event reason we have discussed that what is the purpose you're hiring. So I'll take it as a new hire. So in this case, I'll come here and I will take it here as a new hire here. And so if I just type here, I don't know, the new hire is not showing. So in a new hire, I think this is the one. So here I'll select it as a new hire. If you click here as a template, go ahead with the standard template. Once you click here as a
What's
standard template,
Ashish, what's that 1710 and then
it's
in
a
the new
code.
hire, it's the
There are two
company
things.
code?
One, it is a code and one is a label. So code is something which is a success factor understands that what actually it is doing, and label is something which is for us. Like for
Okay.
example, if I come here and if I type here as your manage data, so here if I type here as a manage data, and let's suppose if I check here as a legal entity. So here you will see this legal entity. You will see in every data there is a code. This is an ID. This is a code what you are referring to, and this is a label. So every record in Employee Central, you will find a code and you will find the label. So label is basically it is meant for us, and this is basically success factor understands. Now here you will see add new employee will be divided into four sections. One it is identity, another it is person information, another it is job information, and another it is compensation information. So normally when you will start filling all these information, you will see that it almost takes 1 hour to fill for one employee. So it's a very time consuming activity. So if you have just a few employee, you can go ahead with the add new employee. But if you have a lots of people, in that case, better you maintain those data into an Excel sheet and then you can upload. As we proceed ahead with the session, then we will see that what I'm referring to the other part of it. But let's just go ahead and fill this add new employee. I'll only fill this mandatory information so that we can save this time. But when you're actually hiring, try to fill maximum information about your employee. So you're hiring for today, which is fine. The company you can see, which we have actually added, the reason here you can see, then you can see the name. I'll hire you. So here you can see,
Ashish, मेरा name.
huh.
People butcher my five-letter name also. My name is Vamsi
Oh,
actually.
I'm sorry.
No, 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 you
Is that,
don't watch. Oh, we have
is it
somebody else on
correct?
the call.
Yes. Hi,
Okay.
Harita.
Hi, Harita.
Can you hear Harita? Okay, if you are able to hear me, can you unmute yourself and say hello?
Yeah, hello. I'm in like,
Right.
not in the correct.
Harita, you are in which part of you're in the India or you're in some different country?
It's India.
So you're in India only. All right, fine. So you missed almost all the session. I think it's the last 20 minutes which is left. So let me just complete whatever it is and probably I'll speak to you.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So here you can see you have your first name, last name. Last name, I'll give it to you, Gupta. The reason I'm giving you Gupta because all those previous employee whom I've hired in this system, when we will be touching on the report, I can pull all the report with the Gupta name. So that's where I know that these are the people whom I have hired. Then here you can see biographical information. So biographical information is date of birth. So I'll just give some random date. And here if I come, I'll take it here your 4th November. And the country of birth, I will take it for the USA because we're hiring for the America here. I'll only fill the mandatory information. Rest, when you hire somebody, by default, your person ID will automatically will be created. But here you can see it's asking me to mandatory to provide some number. I don't know what number to provide here, but I'll go ahead with 88899. So number I've given. So username. Username, I've already given as a first name as a Vamsi, so I'll give this Vamsi Gupta. So I'll give Vamsi Gupta both as a username. Vamsi Gupta. or is it that should be the username? Then here you can see your national
So
ID, which
Ashish,
is
what you're
coming.
saying, Ashish, acha, what you're saying is a person ID should automatically get pre-filled, but in this case, it's asking you to enter it, correct?
Yes. It depends
Okay.
upon if you want to make it automatically, you can make it automatically. You don't have to give, because see, to this employee, I'm giving this number. I will not remember what was the last number I have used, right?
Okay. Correct.
Unless and until you make a note of numbers somewhere else, which will be very tedious activity. That's the one thing. Second thing is, with the help of a business rule, you can always make it automatically in terms that after this number, the next number it should come as a 88900, 88900. It should gain every time one number. So that ways also you can go ahead and uh, maintain, so that, so that ways it is your, you can make it a mandatory. Anyway, all these field, you can make it mandatory, you can make it not mandatory. It's totally up to you. How we can do that? As I said, as we proceed ahead with the session, then slowly and gradually we will see all these detail. Then you have a national ID information. So here you can see the country. So if I add here, there's a every country there is some national ID. Like for example, here you can see
United
Belgium.
States is Social Security. India is Aadhaar card.
Yes. India is
Belgium, I
Aadhaar
don't know.
card. Yes.
Belgium.
So if you see here, Belgium has a national register number. And if I see here as an India, you will see as an Aadhaar card, it will show you. Oh, there's so many coming here. Aadhaar card, PAN card, passport, and the voter ID. So similarly, for every country, wherever you will hire an employee, you will see that there is a one national ID you have to maintain. In this case, I'll maintain here for the United States, which will be the social security. Okay, here also. These are added by somebody. For India, I think it shows only the Aadhaar card and PAN, and for US also you can see there's showing. I think somebody has added all these details, but the original it is social security number. The moment you select this, you will also see it will show you certain like how you have to
Format.
enter it. Yes, format you have to enter it like
Zero
an
zero zero
instance.
zero 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 zero.
Chalo, let's do that. So
No,
here
that
you will
won't work.
see how you have to do that. And then if this is primary, you can make it as a primary. Now you can see it's asking me to continue, so I'll continue. Otherwise, you will see your, so there's something coming here as a what it is saying. Please enter a
Invalid.
valid national. Acha, okay, this 00 doesn't take it. So I'll enter some valid number here. And if I continue, it will take me to the personal information. However, if I do not enter any mandatory information, it will prompt me an error. Like for example, if the username is a mandatory, I'll remove this. So if I continue, it will show me an error. So you can see it is asking me to fill this username. So we know that we have given Vamsi and Gupta here. So I'll give all these details and I'll continue into this section. So once you continue into this section, so you will see the next section has actually started. The first part of it, your identity, it is almost done. The next section, personal information has started. So here you can see marital status. I'll take it as single only. Country of birth, nationality. Anyway, these are
Yeah.
not a mandatory information. So I can make it as not mandatory. So here, let me put it as the United States. Hi, what
Ashish,
it is showing.
here the
Huh.
identity, personal information, and global information, and all that, right? It
Hmm.
has to be manually selected for every new
Yes.
employee, or can we
You mean to say, see,
upload
there are
a flat
certain,
file or an XML file or a,
you can upload your file, XML file also, but
okay,
XML file is recommended only for if you have a person more than 10 employee. If you have
okay.
to maintain those data. So in that case, otherwise you can use this only to go ahead with the record. Normally in IT and others, industry, you will not find so many people joining or leaving the company. So once you have basically gone ahead and uploaded the legacy data when the consultant who are doing the implementation part of it. After that, you can go ahead and use the add new employee. Then you will see that there is no need of your what you call it. There is no need of your like Excel, the file which you require to upload it. So anyway, so that is how you can do that. So here I'll select it as a United States. And after United States, you can see here. So here also you can see it has taken up your this section, which is nothing, it's just a United States. And after selecting it as a United States, you can see United States also has a certain mandatory field, and it is showing up here as a mandatory field which you have to fill. If I change this from this United, maybe let's suppose if I make it Turkey, so you will see these detail has also changed, right? So as per the country specific, whatever you'll be hiring, this field will also keep on changing. If I select India, it will all ask you for all these relation and everything. Then here you can see it is your email type. So email type, you can select it business, personal, whatever it is. So I'll give it as a any email ID here. Then here you can see it's a primary. Yes, it is a primary. Then you can see the phone number. Acha, if you do not enter anything and if you close it, then if I go ahead, like here you can see there are certain thing which is coming as a mandatory, but there's some data which is already here. Now, if I open up your this section, it will inside this also there will be some mandatory. But if I don't open this, if I just go ahead, you will see system will take me directly to the job information. But if I have opened that and if I have not filled the mandatory, then system will stop you there. Let me show you. I think it is taking me ahead. It has taken me ahead because I think we did not open any section and all the mandatory fill what was already filled. Now here you can see the job information it is coming. So you have a job information to fill from here. But now let's assume that in between you have to attend a meeting. So in this case, what you can do, you also have this option which is called save draft. So I'll save this draft. I'll go ahead and attend this meeting. So once you do that, then you can come here and search for new hire. Just hold on, let me see that what basically it is called. Uh, what is that called? I have actually forgotten that what we actually call. I think that is called manage pending hire, but it is showing as a manage pending recruit. I think it's the same thing. Somebody has changed the label. So if I click into the manage pending recruit, so in your manage pending recruit, basically it was the original label. It is at manage pending hire. So you can do here as a manage pending hire. And in the manage pending hire, you will see your all these sections. So you can see here as a draft section. If I click here as a draft, you will see all the employee here. And in your all these employees section, you will see here as your 1C. So if I make a search here, I don't know where it is coming here, 1C. So if I just make a search here, so here you can see, I think this is the one which we have actually created. So I'll open up your this section and again, I'll go ahead and complete the hiring. So again, you can see identity it is coming here. So I'll just move ahead. Where is on here? So again, if I come here, if I continue with this one, after this, you can see the person information. So in your person information also, if I continue with this one, and after that, you will see job information. Let me quickly fill something in the job information. Nothing is mandatory here. Supervisor, nothing is coming as a mandatory. Wonderful. So here, date of hiring, I'll give this same date here. and
The
job
employee
number.
retirement date.
Sorry,
The one employee retirement date is also mandatory.
how come the retirement date be mandatory?
Somebody may
I
have
don't
did
know.
it over. This environment is
Uh,
accessed by everyone, right? So maybe
right.
they
So
may.
everybody they have made. So let's make it as 55. That's a
Yeah.
retirement date. I'll make it. Job relationship, I'm not opening, so I can move ahead with the compensation. So once you come here, so you can see the compensation. So like this, you can enter all these data. So whatever it is compensation, you can go ahead and all what all data you can fill. We will create our own data next week. We'll create our own data and we'll maintain into the system. So let's suppose they have the basic pay. I don't know what is this TSI, what somebody they have mapped. I think there's also something which is called basic pay. So if I come here, so you can enter the basic pay. So I'll enter that as a 2000, I don't know, 5,000 USD. I don't know whether it is more or less, but since it's in the USD, so I'm just entering that. So here I'll enter this USD and then you have a frequency. Frequency, it is, I'll make, actually in US, in majority of the people, they're getting it bi-monthly. So here
By
also I'll
week,
select it bi-weekly. Okay.
bi-monthly, bi-month, twice a month, basically, every 2 weeks. Yeah.
Hi, so here we'll take it as a bi-monthly only, and then you have a recurring payment and you have the spot bonus. So recurring payment and the spot bonus, what it should come into the compensation, what it should come into the recurring payment, what should come into the spot bonus. That again something, as I said, in the next week when we will create our own data, then I'll explain to you all these section that how it will, the data it will come here, how it will, why the basic pay is only showing up here, why it is not showing here. So all these things we'll cover it. At this point of time, we are only covering the how to hire an employee. So here you can see we have created an employee here. So I've just created one employee. So like this, if you have some another employee, you can go ahead and create another employee. That's a one way of creating an employee. Second way of creating an employee, it is your UDF. UDF is nothing, it's just a user data file. Now, this UDF will again take almost like half an hour to fill this, so I don't want to start it today.
Okay. With
This is
3 minutes
something
left, Ashish, can we stop here and go through the comms? What files I need to see in the Google Drive and what is the data I can use?
I didn't get you.
नहीं आशीष आप लोगों ने गूगल ड्राइव का शेयर किया था ना मेरे को जहाँ मेरा ये फाइल है और कुछ रिकॉर्डिंग्स भी है ना
Sure, sure. Okay. But I will not have those access.
आई हैव इट सो
Acha. So let me
आई
stop
जस्ट
this recording and you can share your screen.
हाँ जी प्लीज
Okay, I think we'll come to this later on. Um,
ओके
we have already seen your how to create the user, but I think we'll see that later with the rest all other detail. So now there are almost 13 steps for success factor implementation.
हम्म
Now, what is the meaning of a 13 step of a success factor implementation? This means that when you get a project, how you should start and how you should finish a project. So that is basically it's a 13 step for implementation. And so the first one it is you need to activate Employee Central in provisioning account.
activate employee central and provisioning account which means work with SAP to get the licensing working correct
Licensing, nobody will contact a consulting company till the time they have already taken a license.
okay
So when you come into the picture, then which means the license and other activity has already been done. So there are two kind of a system, which is one it is instance and another it is provisioning. Instance architecture is this architecture. Provisioning is another system which you only get an access after you have certain few years of experience. But you use this provisioning system only to activate and deactivate.
Okay.
Activate, deactivate certain module, and also for certain upload of XML. However, if certain XML has also been shifted to your
MDM.
instance architecture, but some XML you still have to work on the provisioning part of it.
So where will
So
the provisioning be done if we don't have access to the provisioning system, Ashish?
provisioning is more or less it's activating the module.
Huh.
With a
Let's say we
screenshot,
both
I'll
work
show
on,
that to you.
huh?
With a certain screenshot, I'll show that to you, what has to be activated and how this provisioning system looks like.
No, no, no. My question, Ashish, is you said that the one won't get access to provisioning system right away, correct? It'll take couple of years, right?
Yes.
So when you don't have access to provisioning system and I'm working only on the instance, and let's say you have to deactivate succession module for Vamsi, how will
Hmm.
you do it as a success factors consultant?
But your manager will have those access, na?
Oh, the
So either
manager will have the
manager,
access.
uh,
Okay, okay.
either the
Oh,
manager will deactivate, or either if manager trusts you that you're not it's going to do any harm to the system, he will give it to you, and you can activate and deactivate.
so basically we cannot do anything in the instance then, correct?
Everything has to be done in instance, configuring and or doing all the configuration, but only the activating and deactivating has to happen from the provisioning system.
Okay.
Okay, and once you activate, then you don't need the so then you need provisioning system only for fine tuning. After that, you don't need. So here you can see we talked about the provisioning system. So you activate your provisioning system. So this is like here also you can see this is the backend system tool by SAP partners or certified consultant. So only the certified people they actually because they understand the system better. So that is how you will access all these detail. Uh, so we'll see that how we can actually go ahead and do that. So then you have your super admin. What is super admin?
Super admin may have all the powers to activate, deactivate an employee, a module, right?
Right. Another way of creating the, we talked about the UDF file, which is
Mm.
user data file. The third way,
Hmm.
it is your super admin.
Okay.
The first person who log in into the system, he's called super admin, and obviously he'll be having more access than the normal person. So such people are called the super admin. So that's the second point, creating super admin. Okay, so if we come here, so here also you can see the third point, it is creating super admin and employee central. So super admin is nothing, it's just that giving a full access to employee central module configuration, having more permission than other people. So such people are known as super admin. Then the third step, it is your corporate data model. There are total 6 data model you'll find in this system. So, so what is corporate data model?
I mean, it could be defining what are the steps involved to create an employee
Corporate
and
data model we have already discussed. We discussed, that There are two kind of data which actually exist into the system. One is
Okay. Corporate data, employee details, basically.
employee, no, not the employee detail, the employee detail of from the company perspective. The company, the data which company provides to you. Like for example, location, business unit, cost center, right? So those are
Department,
known as a
division,
corporate
lead,
data.
level band, yes. Compensation.
Yes, so those are known as a corporate data. So here you can see some of these detail we have already taken here. So that is known as a corporate data. So since we have a corporate data, so the next topic it is your succession data. What is succession data model?
Is what the employee puts in, right? For example, performance, goals.
No, performance goals, those are the module. That is not the succession data. Succession data, it is like employee name, first name, last name. It's a personal data of an employee.
Personal details of the employee. Yes, sorry.
Huh.
Yes.
So these are the succession data. Then you have a fifth point. Fifth point, it is country specific corporate data model. Now, what is country specific corporate data model?
Location, right? Basically, if you compare between US and India, the department, division, level band could be set up separately, right?
Right. So in
Salary
US,
also. Salary also.
in US you will find the location which is like Chicago.
Mhm.
In India, you'll find the location which is like Bihar. Bihar isn't news in today's, so let's put take it as a Bihar. Salary also it will be here as a USD, and in India it will be your
IND.
INR.
INR, okay.
What? You forgotten?
I thought it was IND. My bad.
So you're dreaming all about USD only, huh? You're forgetting that you have to come back to Hyderabad within few days. Okay. All right. So similarly, it can be your city, it can be your state, it can be your country, right? So all these are country-specific corporate data model. So similarly, it's like just a country-specific corporate data model. So you also have a succession country-specific succession data model.
In this case, for succession, personal details could be the address could be changed, correct? Because if you're in
Huh.
India, your address will be different. In US, your address will be different.
Yes, very good. In India, the address will be different. US, the address will be different. And we have also seen the social security also.
The national identifier, yeah.
Yes.
US uses Social Security, India uses Aadhaar card.
Yes, Social Security in India it is Aadhaar card, and US it is Social Security number. So these are, now let's also see into the system. So here you can see like the corporate data model. So corporate data model, you have your legal entity, business unit, department, location, division, pay group, cost center, job classification. So these are some of the examples. We have already discussed many times corporate data model, so I'm not putting that into detail. And we also discussed that corporate data model, you can do that into the XML. There are certain corporate data model which you can also do that into managed data also. Then here you can see the purpose of a corporate data model. Here you can see what is the purpose of corporate data model. The corporate data exists and how it is structured. So that is corporate data. It controls how the foundation object is related to each other. So that is what the whole purpose of a corporate data model. It shows how the foundation object is related to each other. Like you can see location belongs to legal entity. This is actually called association. Like location belongs to legal entity, department belongs to division, division belongs to business unit, right? So these are actually, it is called association. Association is something, we will see the theory part of it, not the theory part, I think we have all, but this topic again, it will come association after, I think, next week, and that's where we will see in the system how you can create the association. However, this is not the standard part of your employee central. It is not the standard behavior. So it's a custom behavior where if asked, then you can go ahead and create the association. The advantage of this that you can see all the foundation object on one screen. So that is what the advantage it is. Then you have a succession data model. So we talked about the succession data model. Succession data model has completely moved to the MDF object. So you don't have your, now here you can see succession data model is an XML configuration file. It is a XML configuration file, but when you have your MDF completely on your succession data model, so you don't work on the XML then in that case. As such, there are certain section of people, they find the corporate data model a bit tough to work on. So that is the reason the succession data model, they just work on the MDF part of it. And in succession, everything is moved to the MDF. So here you can see if the corporate data model defines the organization, then succession data model defines your people. Corporate data model, like in the starting, which I told you, the data which company provides. And succession data model is the data which you provide to the organization. Now here you can see the purpose of a succession data model. You can see which field is mandatory, editable, read only. Anyway, that also you can do that with the corporate. Then you have a country specific corporate data model. So countries, the country specific corporate data model, that which is an XML file. Anyhow, uh, then so we have already seen the the corporate data model and the country specific corporate data model. So country specific corporate data model, here you can see the taxes. Each country, they will have a different taxes registration. Each country, they will have their own registration and their own legal information. So these are the country specific corporate data model. And here you can see why there is a need for the corporate data, country specific corporate, because of a PAN, the GST IT registration, right? Like if you have a legal entity in the US's, then you need the EIN number, right? So that is, part of a corporate. Now here, if you will see the country specific succession data model, so here you can see like what all field it will be, the PAN, Aadhaar, and similar way you can directly maintain into the system, or you can use the import and export also to maintain that into the system. The next detail we have here is a foundation object. What is foundation object?
So, Ashish, are we completed with the 6 data models?
No, we are
Or
not.
these are the part of the
We are just only
13?
the, yes, these
Okay.
are the part of a 13 data model. Once we are done
Okay.
with that, then we will start discussing all these things in detail.
Okay.
So you have your foundation object. What is foundation object?
Foundation object is like the master data.
Foundation
What is this?
object is foundation object. Yes, it's a master data, and you will see all these your foundation detail and everything. So foundation object is basically, uh, well, in the foundation object, yes, obviously it's a corporate data we have talked about, but in this foundation object, we're going to cover third, fourth, fifth, and sixth point in detail, because these are just to show you that, but in foundation object, you'll go ahead and maintain all these section. Now, these are the foundation object which you can see here. foundation object in the Employee Central. So basically, it just creates your all the data. Like in simple terms, you can see they represent the where and what part of employee job and where the employee work and the work structure they belong to. So all those details you can maintain into the foundation object. So here also you can see the foundation object like legal entity, division, department, position, pay group, pay grade. So you maintain all these data, and without creating all these things, obviously you cannot hire an employee. Legal entity, division, department. Achha, these are a separate topic which we will see that. And 8 point, it is your propagation rule. What is propagation rule? Propagation rule, it is when you fill, like for example, when you creating a position, in the position when you select certain field, based on that field, certain field gets automatically filled. So
Like
that is
business
known
rule,
as a, huh?
like a business rule in SAP.
Right, like
A business rule in SAP.
a business rule in SAP. Okay,
Like a
you can
business
say
rule is the
that.
one that drives the business requirement on what the requirement should be doing with the transaction. Anyway, never mind. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Right. So propagation rule, it is like when you fill a certain field. Like for example, you will see it's like when you select the country and in SuccessFactor, when you maintain that data, time zone automatically with that country, it takes it up. Right. So that is a propagation rule. So it's defaulting certain value based on certain field. So
Okay, so it could be a time zone, it could be
like
currency
when you select
value,
the country, yes, currency, which is it will get automatically defaulted. Right. So those are the
taxes,
propagation rule.
and also and so on. Okay, yeah.
Yes. So all those detail it will come via the propagation rule. Then after that, your propagation rule, the 9 point, it is your, you have your, let's see what is a 9 point here. So you can see the propagation rule here. It copies data from one object or field to another. It autofills your related field in employee data. So that is what your propagation rule is all about. The another step you have your ninth step is event and event reason. Now, what is your event and event reason? Event it is like hiring. Then you have a promotion. Then you have your uh, transfer. So like this, you can have your event. So there are roughly around 25 event in your system, and you cannot create any more than that. In fact, you will never require that. Then you have a event reason. This you can create as many as possible. What is the event reason? Event reason is basically like you have your why you're hiring. You're hiring because of maybe it's a new hire. Maybe it is an replacement of an existing person who has resigned. Right? There can be so many reasons, why you're hiring somebody. So similarly, there will be so many reasons why you're giving promotion also to somebody. So like this, you will see your all these activity. Okay, so we'll see all your those area and everything. And then after that, you will see we have your, now let me even show you something about the more of a event reason. Like for example, in this screen you can see. So these the one which is coming here into your a colored one, like data change, hire, leave of absence, pay rate changes, termination, transfer. These are the event reason. Event. So what is the reason that you are making a data change? So the reason that you're making a data change because of a business unit has changed, because of a certain correction status, or because of a reorganization. So like this, you will see your, that is a event reason. Higher is your event. And what is event reason? Event reason, it is your, like why you are hiring, why you are doing a contract onboarding, and then you can see your leave of absence, it is again an event. But what is the event reason? Event, why a person is going on leave, it is because of education. Then why a person is again going on leave, another reason, it could be because of long-term disability or because of military reason, services, right? So like this, you will see your all these section in detail. That's where you will see your whole of your detail in this section. And another detail, like as what we discussed about the event reason, right? So that is propagation event reason. Now here also you can see certain event which we have taken, like even it is higher, event reason it is new hire. And then you can write your description. Event it is promotion, you have a merit promotion. Or it can be some another reason also. Here you can see this is another reason. Why there is a promotion? Because of an annual promotion. So that's, you can also see there is a transfer, and why you are transferring? Because of a department transfer. Or transfer can also be because of a location change. Data change, it is because of a manager change. Why you termination somebody? Because of a resignation or it's a layoff. So that is your event reason. After that, you can see your workflow in the Employee Central. So workflow also we have discussed in detail 10 point, which is your workflow. So we have already discussed, it's a kind of a notification which gets triggered to the respective manager, and based on that, they can decide whether they want to approve or they want to reject. So that is your workflow. So all these workflow, we're going to do the configuration in the system. And after that, you will see the 11 point. So this is a workflow you can see. So workflow, we have already discussed what is a workflow. It's an automated approval process, which we have already discussed multiple times. So here you can see a sample example of a, when a manager gets promoted, when manager promotes an employee, so you will see manager submits a promotion detail, right? And system triggers a workflow. This workflow, it goes to the HR business partner for approval. Once approved, it will start reflecting into the system about your workflow, right? So it ensures the control, your auditability and the proper authorization. Many times, the employee central data that you will see, employee can only view those data. They cannot make those changes. Many time, or maybe if they can make the changes, but when they try to change something, it triggers a workflow. And that workflow goes to the HR. Only when HR approves it, then only that record sits into the system. Otherwise, many time people, they also make some changes for fun, which is actually not true. So like this, these data can be completely controlled by HR people, with how they want that into the system. I've seen the HR itself, that when they leave the organization, they delete everything. Some people.
Right.
So like this, I've seen the HR people itself behaving like this. Then you have a 11 point, which is your RBP, which is nothing, it's just a role-based permission. What is role-based permission? Role-based permission is giving access to what they will be seeing, what they will be reading, and what they will be editing. So like this, you will see all these, your section into your workflow, you will see. So like this, you will see all these area, it will come and you can go ahead and check for your workflow. Then apart from this, um, you will also see like who the user or the group can access, which module or data they can access, how they can view, edit, delete, right? So all these control of admin right and configuration permission, you can do that via your RBP. Then you have 12 point, which is import of your employee data. So you will see 12 point it is employee data. So certain employee, like we have seen a three part of it, like add new employee, UDF, super admin. Fourth way it is, you can also import it, employee import. So that way also you can go ahead and create your user, and with the import section you can just go ahead and record all those sections. And so that's a import. Now, if you want to see those import, what actually it is, so if you just type it as an import, you will see employee import where it is. Here you can see import employee data. Now, if I click here into your import employee data, you will see all these import. You will see here, if I click on this template, into your this template, you can see all these template that is coming here. Basic import, extended import, biographical information, person relationship, employment detail, global assignment, higher duty or the temporary assignment, person information, global information. So let me just type here some of the important detail of the import, which is like basic import. Then you have a personal import. Then you have a national ID import. Then after national ID, you will see you have your, I think, employment detail. Employment detail, and after employment detail, you will find your like compensation detail, salary detail. So here you can see person detail, job information, compensation, phone information, job information, compensation information, phone detail. So these are some of them are few example of your import section that you will see. And the 13 point, it is your HRIS sync. HRIS sync will basically, it is not required much into Employee Central, but in another module you require it, especially in performance management. Why you require in performance management? Because when you create your employee, uh, like when you create a template in performance management, so what basically happens that your template does not reflect instantly into the instance architecture. So what you have to do, you have to sync your certain times, or if you can wait for 2 3 hours, then automatically when it will run in the background, it will happen. If you do not want to wait, then you'll have to run your HRIS sync detail. So here you can see this employee data import section, and you can see your employee data import section means loading employee master data, all these data. So here you can see like master data, bulk data, regular data, and you can see these are some of the import section, which is like the basic user data, employment detail, job information, compensation information, person information, biographical information, address, phone, email, national, job relationship dependent, and the payment information. Then you have a
Are
HRIS
those,
sync. HRIS,
Ashish, are those all different type of imports or they're all in one file?
yes. No, no, these are each individual import.
Can you go back to the previous slide if you don't mind?
Yeah.
अच्छा, यहाँ पे ना, for example, 1 second. 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 1 second
Hmm.
If you take address information, how would you know
Okay.
whose address you are updating?
No, but you're also going to mention about the employee, na,
Acha,
in the record.
in every file there'll be the employee details also.
Some information about the employee, like the user ID, will certainly be there, or the
Okay.
username. So that's
Because
how
in
you know
success
that you.
factors there will be a success factors value and a user view, user can see
Huh.
value, correct? So will that
Yes,
success factors value be present in these files?
success factor value. You mean to say the user ID?
Correct.
So user ID and username will be present in each other file because that is how you'll
Okay.
differentiate. Otherwise, how the system will identify which user you're
Okay.
talking about.
Okay. Okay. That's fine. So I'm just comparing with traditional SQL. That's all, Ashish. Okay.
Acha, okay. Then here you can see HRIS sync, which I've already said you might not require in the Employee Central, but when it comes to your sync your data with your, like certain time, when you create a performance template, it doesn't come that instantly. So in such cases, you have to go ahead and sync your those detail. So that is what you will find. Acha, then, ah, but we have also talked about all these, no? Fine. So that was your all about your this section. Now with this detail, we have actually finished off with the theory session part of it. And now what we're going to do, we're going to start doing all these things one by one. So the first topic which is coming here, okay, let's start with this one only. We talked about the add new employee. Then you have a UDF. UDF is nothing, it's just a user data file. Acha, add new employee, you do that into your instance architecture. So UDF file also you will do into your instance architecture. So let's see that UDF file. So if I'll come into the system, I'll have your employee export. When you come here as an employee export, now I'm really not sure that we can maintain certain data and we can upload it also, but I'm really not sure that the result will also show in the system because it's a demo system. So here you can see what is this employee data delta export. Why it is coming like this? Employee export. We don't need delta export. So here you can see now in this one you can see there are three things which is coming specify the export option. I want to export this file. I want, and when you export it, basically, it will have your all employee data. So first option you can see specify the export option. It is showing you valid user only. Now in your the data which you're going to transfer, export it from the system to your desktop, it will contain all the data of an employee who are active and who are inactive. Inactive means people who are no longer with the company. So that is what is saying. You want valid user only or you want invalid user also. So I will not select this because I also want the invalid user also. Then you can see short format. As such, UDF is already a short format. Because yesterday, if you remember, when we were creating add new employee, it almost takes somewhere around 1 hour to fill those information. And
Definitely.
UDF is already a short version because you're just creating a basic detail of an employee. But then if you want another further shorter version, in that case, you can select this. Then you can see include additional identifier. So you can include your additional identifier with your all these details. Then you have your specify files if you want. Anyway, I'm not going to select any of these details. But if you select this, it will have your date format. You can see it is month, date, and year. It is coming. And then the third section, it is your compensation file. Now, if I don't include this compensation file, it will not show me the compensation data. So I'm not going to include this because only the people who are actually working on compensation, they use this data. But anyway, I'm not going to use that. Now here also you can see there are three kind of uh, tab it is coming. First one, it is export template. If I click on the export template, you can see it has just copied the template and it will be a blank template. The first row, it is the user ID. Second row, it is a label. So
Mhm.
that is how you will understand, like as in, like what the people, this is what people will be seeing, and this is how the success factor read the data. So from third row, you can go ahead and start maintaining that. Now, if you're new to success factor, it will be very difficult for you to understand what data to fill and what data not to fill. But if you have a certain experience, you can very well go ahead and fill this record into the system. But I don't want to use this. I want all the data to be shown into the Excel sheet. So I'll click on the second option. Before I click on the second option, you can see export external 360-degree rater. This is actually a part of a PMGM template. When we will start with the PMGM template, then we will talk about what is 360-degree rater. But in this case, what I'm going to do, I'm going to export this user file. So what it will do, it will export this data into the system. It has blocked. So if I come here, if I export this data, you will see there's a file which has exported. Let me open those file here. So I'll come here into the download option and I will extract this file here. Once you extract this file, if you open it, you will see your user directory, success factor C part 22002300304. Now, what is this all these details? This is actually your company ID. You can see when even
Okay.
you when you're downloading something from SuccessFactor, it is showing you the company ID. We discussed about the company ID yesterday, right? You can see your company ID here. This is a company ID. 22304. Same thing if you will come here. Where is that? What are you doing? Okay. So here you can see. So 22304 underscore, then you can see it is showing you the number which is 256. Now this does not mean that next time when you will export the data from the system to your laptop, the next number will be 257. This will be any of it can be any random number. It can be also 1000, it can be also 10,000 number. So it just picks up any random number and download your this detail. Now, if I open up your this section, so these are the UDF file you can see. Now let's just discuss this one by one. First one, it is coming here as a status. Now there are certain status which is actually like you can see active, and here you will see inactive. Active obviously means an employee working in a company. Inactive means employee not no longer with the company. Then there is a user ID. So here you can see user ID. User ID can also be numeric. It can be your alpha also, or it can be combination of a alpha numeric also. Somewhere you can see people they have used case sensitive here, right? So like this, you here you can see it was completely number it is showing. So like this, you can create your user ID. Then you have a username. Username it is the name, not the name of an employee. User like the name of an employee you can see here. First name and the last name. Username, it is like what is the username of this person, right? Like for example, my username in this one, it is your, like you can see my username, it is HRITCHIE. So that is basically, it's a username here. So this is your username. Acha, the another advantage of a username, it is like if I log out from the system, I don't want to log out from the system. But when you log in into the SuccessFactors system, you have to always specify the username and your password. If you have given your email ID as a username, so you will have to use that email ID and the password. So that is how you create a username in a system. Then you have a nickname. Nickname, it is like certain people, they have a nickname. Like some people, they call it as a Babu, right? Shona. something like this, so you can have your nickname. Then you have a suffix. Suffix is nothing, it's just your Mr., Mrs., Shrimati. One of the Indian project which I was actually implementing, there the client asked me, can we add Shrimati? So I said, yes, you can add
SMT.
Shrimati.
SR,
S,
SRMT.
अच्छा, SRMT Shrimati.
SMT Shrima, no, SMT, right? Shri is unmarried, Srimati is married, right?
Shrimati is married, obviously.
नहीं नहीं उसका short form है SMT, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
The short form is SMT. And so like this, you will see your all these detail and your all these section. Then you have a middle name. There are certain people who have a middle name, like you have a Sanjay Leela Bansali, right? So
I also
Sanjay
have a
is
middle
one.
name. Yeah.
What is your middle name?
Mohan.
Mohan. Oh, all right. So Mohan is like Krishan Ji Bhagwan name, right?
So my name is Vamsi Mohan, right, Ashish?
Hmm.
So it's one of the 1,000 names of Lord Sri Krishna. Vamsi
So
Mohanudu.
Vamsi.
Mohanudu, yeah.
Vamsi is
But if you
another
are
name,
from,
right?
yeah,
What's the meaning of a Vamsi?
instrument flute. So
Acha, oh,
Mohan means Lord
okay, I
Krishna.
see.
The Lord
Mohan to
Krishna
I know.
blowing the instrument flute is called Vamsi Mohanudu.
Very thoughtful name, huh? Good name, huh?
Mm.
Okay. All right. So let's come back here. So certain people, like you have a middle name, so you already know what is middle name, and then you can see the last name. Everybody has a last name, but not everybody has a last name. There are certain people who doesn't have a last name. Then you have a title. Title is nothing, it's just a position.
Correct.
When you get your offer letter, you will see that every offer letter, what the HR offers to somebody, it has a position in it. So like this, you'll find these positions. Then you have a gender. Gender, you already know male and female. Then you have your email ID. So you have to write your official email ID here. Then you have a manager. Every employee working in a company will have a 100% manager. So you have to
Mm.
specify a. So what you, acha, now here, let's also discuss one thing more. We skip. This is a user ID. If you want your user ID, username, and the first name to be same, that also you can do that. But if you want separate, that also it works. So what is the advantage of a user ID? See, username, when you use it, when you log in into the system. User ID, it is when you, like here you can see it requires your, in the manager section, you can see they have mentioned this ID, right? So I'll copy this ID. And if I come to this user ID here, if I make a search here, so we'll see it is here. So it means this guy is actually reporting to Hubert Maching. So this is where you use your user ID. Now, some places they have specified no manager and D admin. I don't know what is D admin. I think somebody, they don't know what to mention here. So they have, I don't think so there is anybody with the name D admin. Let's see. So if I come here, if I make a search here with the D admin, oh, there is somebody. But this is a bit confusing. Rather than giving as a D admin, I think it's better to give as a number or the combination of a character and number. Some places you can see it is specified as no manager. Practically in corporate, everybody is reporting to somebody. You will always have a 100% manager somewhere. Then you can see you have a HR. HR also, you can see some places they have mentioned as a no HR, but every employee will have their own HR, right? So what is this I number? This is again a number for user ID. So if you come here, make a search here. So you can see this user ID, it is coming here. And the HR name, it is William Mueller. So this William Mueller, you can see HR business partner. So that person, whoever the person it is, their HR name is William Mueller. So now we know that user ID is used in two places. Which two places? One, it is your manager, and another it is your HR. Then you have a department. We all know what is department. When SuccessFactor maintains a department, like you can see this employee, they mention the text, location, and you can see the country also. This is a label, right? Human resource is a label. This is a code label, and you can also see they have mentioned as a country, because human resource can be into various different countries. Right here, you can see the operation is in China, right? Human resource operations. So like this also, it's always a good practice to follow the same practice, the way they have maintained. Like here you can see production. This is a ID, this is a label, and country France here. So like this you can see your department. Then you have
But
a job code.
but Ashish, but in some of the departments we don't see the country, right? So maybe it's the naming convention not implement properly in here because the test site. Yeah. Then if you look at row number 16 or 17, right? It says
uh,
employee development and then the code, but it doesn't say the country.
where it's mentioned as a country also, no? It doesn't have a country. Yes. So that depends upon what practice you're following. So if your
Yeah, that's what
company,
I'm
if
saying.
you
If you have a defined naming convention of the data, how it needs to be presented, then probably everything would be same. But this being a site being used by many people, they probably just entered it.
they have just entered it, some people, and you can see some people they have just entered not
Indian.
available. So like this, you can have your digital. Then the next column, it is your job code. Acha, what is the difference between job and a position? This is a very common difference, but most of the people they don't understand. Like here, you will see we have just seen some here. This is a position,
Hmm.
right? And then here you can see this is the job. So what is the basic difference between a job and a position?
A job could be tied to a department that has uh, multiple title, right? What was the other one you said? What's the difference between job and
Position.
position, which could have multiple positions, right? So, for example, I work in finance. The job code could be coming from finance, but my position is specific to treasury.
No, no, let's not mention about the job code. The simple terms, it is job and position. Job can be your finance, and position could be your treasury, what you said. Okay, like for example, let's suppose my job it is I'm working as a manager. What is my position? I'm working as a uh, employee central manager, or I'm working as a operation manager,
Okay. So job could be
right?
generic, position would be specific.
Right, yes, position would be specific.
Okay.
So like this you will see here. So that is a job, and this is a job code. Job code means like ID, not the label. But here you can see again they have specified both the detail. Then we know that what is division. We know that how the location basically it looks like. Now let me show you
Time
one
zone,
thing more.
hire date.
Success factor. Success factor. This is a basic structure of a success factor. Legal entity, business unit, division, department. All right. Then you have a cost center and other detail. But this is a basic detail of your success factor structure you will see. Then let's come to the template. So here you can see your like division, location. Here also location, you can see it's not maintained proper. Well, anyhow, it's a demo system, we can't help it. Then do you have a job time zone? Time zone also you can see some places they have mentioned as a US, some places they have mentioned as America. But when you're doing it for your client, always have the uniform data. It should not be a mismatch because it creates a confusion. Hiring date, we all know what is hiring date is a date when you are hiring somebody. After this, you have a employee ID. Employee ID also, you can see there are certain number to it. Now, what is the difference between your employee ID and the user ID? Employee ID, you can see here.
Employee ID
and
is
your
defined by the organization when you get hired into it. User ID could be more generic to your first name, last name, or your first initial, last name, or last name, first initial, like that.
and what you said, what is the employee ID?
Is what when you join an organization or assigns it to you as an employee, which is used for your
Okay.
salary, compensation, your position. Um, if in an SAP ID, this is very important because um, so okay, sorry, scratch that, scratch that. Employee ID is mostly used for your network access, right?
Okay.
Logging into the network of the organization. Once you're in the organization, your employee ID can be used for your Outlook, for your SharePoint, for your other applications or other folders, whatever you want to have access to, which is logged in using your employee ID and a password, your user ID and a password. Ideally, you do not use employee ID anywhere except for the HR purposes.
See, when there was no ERP system or the company have not implemented any ERP system, there the HR people they use as an employee ID. But after the implementation of a system, ERP system, then they shifted to user ID because that is how they can track in the ERP system. But if you want to track, but let's suppose this employee with the name Francosis has been working in the company for long. So obviously he will have his employee ID also. So if you want to map the employee ID of your past employee to the new user ID, so that is where you can mention it. SuccessFactor also gives you the option if you want to have the same employee ID as a user ID also. So you can even do
Mhm.
the same thing also. But obviously, if after the implementation, if you're hiring new employee, then there is no purpose of giving the employee ID, right? Because you already have a user ID in that case.
Correct.
Then after your employee ID, you will see biz phone number. We all know what is phone number. You have a fax.
Mhm.
Fax is no longer used. And you know, fax was almost like 14, 15 years before, right?
Address one, address two, state, city, yeah, all the
Uh,
standard fields. Yes.
these are the standard field. Address is important. Address to state, city, zip. Acha, AB and AC, it's actually to do with the performance management. Then
Mm-hmm.
here you have a, no, where is AB and AB? Acha, I think this column is, okay. What is matrix manager?
पता नहीं आशीष.
Matrix manager means dual manager. If you have a
Okay.
dual manager in a company, so you can specify here
Cannot be
where
anything
what
worse
you're
than
going to,
that. You have two managers
huh?
working, reporting. Cannot be any worse than that, that you're reporting to two managers.
Yes. One manager only becomes a problem, right?
Yeah.
And you have a two manager. So anyhow, so if you're doing it like maybe let's suppose if you're working on a two IT project, one man you are reporting to somebody else, that's the original manager, and the second manager it can be your matrix manager. I'm just uh, clearing your HR certain terminology because if you are in HR, you will come across all these terminologies, so you should know this. AB and AD is nothing to do with the that's to do with the appraisal. Then you have a AE. AE, you can see it is coming as a local. It's a language in which language this employee has been hired. So you can see this GB, maybe the person country is working into the UK. This is US. So like this, and this is actually the language in which language you're hiring an employee. Then you have a proxy setting. What is proxy?
Me logging into another system as another user.
Right. Let me cover this proxy. Let me write this proxy here. On Monday, we'll again see
Mhm.
something here. Right. So the last we have seen, we were discussing about the UDF file. UDF file is nothing, it's just a user data file, which is used to create users. So half of the sheet we discussed, let's discuss the other half of it. So you can come to employee. export and export the template. Let me delete the rest of the other template from here. So I'll come here and I'll select this export user file. Once you select the export user file, you will see a file will download here. So we're going to check this file. All right. So once I open this file, so you can see all these. So we have discussed till status, we have discussed user ID. Till what we have discussed, Vamsi?
I think we went through double-digit columns, and I think we stopped at something about proxy. Yeah, proxy, AF. Right there we stopped.
Okay. What is proxy?
That's proxy is you impersonating another person's user profile and logging in there like that person, right?
Right, so that is the meaning of a proxy. So you don't have to, like, for example, if you're working as a success factor consultant and imagine your company is into 10 different floor, you're sitting on a ground floor and somebody from the 10th floor, they have raised a ticket that they're facing some issue on the success factors of system. So you will not go from ground floor to 10th floor and again from 10th floor to some different floor to fix those issues. So from your own system, what you can do sitting on a ground floor, you can proxy to that person account and resolve the issue. So that is what is the meaning of a proxy.
Okay.
So if you come here, you can see your proxy. Anyway, we'll discuss about the proxy later on in detail. Then there is
Mhm.
there is a null, and there is a field which is called customization field, which is from 1 to 15. Acha, what is customizable? So here you can see customizable field, and if you look at this custom field, so the first row is always the ID. ID is the success. This is how success factor understand which field you're talking about. And second row it is you can change the label. So as I said, UDF file is just a basic file for to maintain the record of an employee. So, like for example, if a client is not going ahead, they have not taken up a EC, but let's suppose if they have taken up a compensation and all right, so they have taken up a compensation and variable pay. So in this case, they don't need entire master data of an employee, just a few basic detail, and those basic detail which can come from the UDF file. Now here you can see there are customizable field which is 1 to 15. From here, if you come here, this is still, I think this somebody has changed the label. So you can see Kosh, Electrico, whatever they have mentioned. So here you can see which is custom 15. And in this custom 15, so this is basically it says the customizable field which is 15. So like since UTF file is a very short file, and in case if you need to maintain some data in a system, like for example this UTF file you can see it does not have a date of birth. So if you require date of birth, what you can do, you can change this label, uh, the second row label. So in this case, you can maintain date of birth, whatever it is, and then you can upload this file as a DOB in a system. Next time when you will download, you will see wherever this customizable field 1 it is coming, instead of customizable field 1, it will show you as a date of birth. And then you can maintain your all the record of an employee. So that is the meaning of a customizable field, which is 1 to 15. Then after that, you can see after customizable field, this is some login method. This is a country, you know that very well what is country. Then this is something to do with the onboarding ID. This is assignment ID. Assignment ID, then here this is your assignment. This assignment UUID is basically it's generated by the system, so we don't bother much. And then there is a your display name. So these are the field you will see. It's there in your UDF file. Now let's go ahead and create a user using a UDF file. How how can we create a user using a UDF file? What we can do, we can just copy one of the row, because creating everything from scratch, it will take lots of time. So I'll just copy this row and I'll come here completely down. Once you come here completely down, you will see your, I can insert your this record, and here you can see your, uh, also now you can modify this. Now, let's see where is the first name and the last name first. I think Amanda is the first name.
Yeah, Amanda is the first name and Winters is
Winter
the
is
last name.
the
Yes.
last name. So I'll
I
change
mean,
here.
we can put a filter on column A, and we can see the column values also, right? What they
Yes,
are.
we can do that. If you want, I can do that, but I normally remembers all these things.
Okay.
So for me, it's okay. So Amanda, so instead of Amanda, I'll hire somebody to whom, give me a name.
You can say Deborah, 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 Deborah,
Deborah. B-O,
Rah,
yeah.
Deborah. Yeah. Will she'll
And
have the same last name?
yes, we'll have the same last name. We'll add
So
Gupta to
Gupta.
it. Now, this one, this is the first name, this is the last name, and this one is basically it's a username. So where do
Right.
we use username? We use username in to log in the system. So that's why we use username. So instead of this one, what I'll do, I'll use the same name, but the first here,
So it will be
this.
D Gupta basically.
No, I'll give this case sensitive. Instead of the capital, I'll make it case sensitive. Now, this is a user ID. If you want your user ID to be the same, you can put the same, but I'll give a different user ID. So in this case, Deborah 123, or whatever you want to give the user ID, you can go ahead and give your user ID here.
So will a
Then
company
E,
won't have requirements, Ashish, on how the user ID should be looking like?
yes,
Uh,
you will have to
okay.
take this requirement from the client.
Mm. Client. Okay, got it.
All right, that's the one thing. Second thing is, yeah, I mean, like when you're maintaining the workbook, I think I've shown you the workbook, right?
Don't remember,
Yeah.
Ashish. Not yet, I
No,
think
no, I
not.
don't think so. I have shared
Mm.
the workbook with you. I think workbook will do that in in the coming session. So then I'll show you how to fill those workbook. So in workbook, you have to maintain all these requirements. How do you want this user ID to be, in which format they want to be, right? So that when you're doing the configuration, you're not wasting time on all these activity. So that is the you have to do. Now E column, it is your, I think it is your nickname, suffix, and middle name. So nickname, suffix, and middle name, I'll forget it. And middle name, if anybody, I'll enter Kumar. So here I have entered Kumar. Now this is your position. So you can see there is a development. Deborah is working as a development analyst. Let it be the same thing. And I think Deborah is a female name, right?
Correct.
So I'll let it be Deborah. And then here you can see it is asking you the mail ID. So here I'll change this mail ID to Deborah. Deborah underscore
Uh,
Gupta at the
You
rate
want to give
best
an
enter.
underscore or leave it as a period there? It says Deborah dot Gupta, right? Or it should be
It's a
underscore.
Deborah dot Gupta. No, it can be anything. If you want
Okay.
to, if you do not want to give any dot or underscore also, you can just leave it as a Deborah Gupta. So that it's an official email ID, right? So when you're giving any official email ID, what the office has generated, so you have to use that only because it will be used for all the communication. Then this is your manager ID. So here you can see Deborah is reporting to this manager. Which manager it is? Let's see. So how you will check your manager. So you need to come to your B column, make a search here, and give this ID. So you can see Deborah will be reporting to Jack Kincaid, who's a development manager. So let it be like that only. I'm not making any changes. Then you also
How
have
did
a
you get? How did
HRI,
you get here? Can you repeat yourself, Ashish? If I want to know
right?
who Deborah, oh, based on that column L. Okay,
This, right. In the L column is a manager column. So you
column.
can
Okay.
see there is some ID which is maintained here. So if you want to maintain somebody else, so you can, select that particular manager from this B column, whoever you want. Oh, Deborah is actually reporting. Maybe if she's reporting to Oscar, so you can select this Oscar and give it there. So now there was already a number which was mentioned there because we copied that from somebody's account. So you can see it is 10083. So if I press enter here, so you can see the name is showing as a Jack Kincaid. So it means Deborah is reporting to Jack Kincaid. I'm okay with that. I don't have any issue as such. So Deborah is reporting to Jack Kincaid. Now, if I come here down, the next column you will see it was a HR column. Actually, some places you can also see there is a no manager. In reality, everybody is reporting to somebody in a corporate. There is nobody who's not reporting to anybody. So everybody will have a manager. But because it's a demo system, so they have maintained something like this. So it's there's no manager which is mentioned here. But in there will be some manager. Here also you can see some places they have mentioned as a no HR. But 100% there will be some HR for everybody in the organization. So here you can see now if you want to see this, which number is this? Just copy this here, come to your P column, make a search, come here. You can see it is William Mueller, who's an
William
HR
Muller.
partner. So like this, you can figure it out to who's a manager, who's an HR. So that's the two places I have shown you where ID is basically used.
Mm.
Now, if I come here, you can see this column. I think N was your job department. So this is the department. Now, department is coming as an employee development. Let it be, she's a development analyst. So let it be in employee development only. This is your HR professional. I think this is your department job code. So this is job code. And then if we move further, I think this is your division. Let it be. I'm not making any changes. So now location, if you want, you can change it. So here it is showing for Chicago. If you want some any other country, maybe let's hire for India. I'm really not sure which department for location for India it is. So I think I'll just
We
go ahead
highlight
with this.
Q, highlight Q column and then search for India, right? Control F and then INDI.
Yeah, but I think this is not showing country. This is showing a city. So
Cities
every
actually.
and it,
Cities and
uh,
country also.
this is a country.
Yeah, but if
No,
you
this
look
is time
in
zone.
column
This
Q
is
on
time
row
zone.
number
This
1852,
is this is what you're
yeah,
saying?
see, even in column 1846 says America, New York, Europe, London, and then Singapore.
Asia. Right.
I saw Singapore somewhere. Singapore is a country, right?
Singapore is a country. Obviously, it's such a popular country.
Yeah, so in column
I don't
R,
think so. You have any India here.
it says
People they have
Indian.
mentioned as a Hyderabad, but it's an Indian. I think Indian is also a city in US, right?
No, it's Red Indians actually, but it says India, Maldives, right? Maldives is closer
Uh,
to India, correct?
no, no, it's not closer to
So,
It's Maldives is in India only. Don't tell
in
me
India
it's
only,
closer to
right?
India. Uh, so
So,
I think somebody
so
has
maybe they
maintained
meant
as a
to say
Hyderabad.
India, they typed it as Indian.
Right.
This all sample data, right? People can type whatever they want, so it's okay.
Yes.
But
It's
they
fine.
can't.
We're not
But
here
the
to correct people, right? Let it be whatever it is.
Yeah, yeah. So
So you
basically,
want,
column Q shows the city, column R shows the country.
yes.
Okay.
So this is coming as a Chicago. Oh, I'll have to change the entire
Chicago is a
everything.
city. And in
But if I
state is
make these
Illinois.
changes to India, then here also I have to change, na?
Okay, you have to
Let it
select
be, let it
Chennai
be
or
US only. I'm not
Bangalore
making
or
all the.
Mumbai or
No,
Delhi
hold
or
on.
Pune.
Right, no, but we have to change this because we have to hire for when we're going to create the company, we'll be creating it for India only. So now let's make it Delhi. I'm not going to do anything else. I think if it is not there, system will create it Delhi. So I'm not putting the ID and anything here. So this is from which year? This is 2025. I'll hire person from 2025. What is this? Acha, this was the HR ID, which was one was a user ID and another employee ID. So this is employee. I don't want any employee ID because it's a fresh employee, and since we're already using SuccessFactors, so there's no point. This is a phone number. I'll give random no, phone number. This is a fax I don't need, and I need to give India Delhi address. This is 300. I think I'll make it as 310. Um, Flat number 310. Then what was this? I think this was a city. This was a state. A state. Delhi is not a state, na? But anyway, let's take it New Delhi. Then this is your this no this is address to this is your city, I believe. City and country. New Delhi is a city. Flat number three is sector. Uh, let's take it as 10. Alright, this is city. This is New Delhi is a city and New Delhi is a state also. Anyway, neither New Delhi is a city, neither New Delhi is a state, but I am taking it. So here it's a, I think Delhi has all, I think 1006 digit 456 3456. So I'll take in this. Now this is your, now there is one thing more, which is, I think, AC column. This AC column, it is your matrix. I explained to you what is matrix, I think, in the last session. So what is matrix, Vamsi? In the last session, we talked about UDF, which is a UDF data file, and how we can understand those UDF files. So we download it and we understand what each column it is. Now, uh, in today's session, that point, we did not create a user. I think it was left to create with the user. So in today's session, we're going to see how we can create a new user with the UDF file. But before we go ahead and create a new user with a UDF file, let's also cover this, PPT. So UDF is nothing, it's just a user data file, and it is used, it's just like an Excel sheet where you maintain all the employee master data and you go ahead and upload this into SuccessFactors system. So you can see here, you can create user, you can update any record for any employee. So that's where you can also use the UDF. You can also maintain the employee related attribute. You can manage the hire, transfer, terminate, rehire. So all these activity you can go ahead and do in your UDF. Now, a UDF is important for various reasons. So first thing, it creates a user account for any particular employee. So that is one reason it is important. And now, so you can also see when provisioning, setting an initial upload. So when you're doing the implementation project, so during that implementation, all the existing employee who are there in the system, so you have to upload their data in the success factor. So how you upload those data in success factor? You upload those data with the UDF file only. That's something we will see in the coming session, that how we can upload all the master data for employee in the success factor. Now, these data, when you're going to maintain it, it will have each individual upload. Like for example, you will see personal detail, you will see employment detail, you will see national ID detail, you will see the phone number. So all these file are each individual file. I think there are some around roughly 25 to 30 UDF files. So each file you will have to upload it individually. However, in today's session and the session which we have discussed last time, we are only talking about the basic upload. So basic upload, it's just giving the basic data of an employee. So that is only thing we are talking about. Rest, how you can upload all the employee data, that's something we will see most likely to be after 2 weeks. Then what happens once you upload the basic data, from SuccessFactor, the data goes to your goal management, performance management, compensation, succession management, LMS, and analytics also. Now, see, there are two things. One thing it is like you can also create a user with the add new employee. And second way it is you create a user with the UDF file. Now, why there is a two different thing? You have to use your add new user and your UDF file. So with add new user, you go ahead. I mean, it roughly takes around 1 hour to fill for one employee in the add new user. And with the UDF file, it takes shorter time because that's a just a basic data you're providing for an employee. Whereas in the add new employee, you will see, you have to give the personal detail, you have to give the compensation detail, you have to give your employment detail, job related information, right? So all these data you have to maintain in the in the add new employee. That is the reason it takes lots of time. So when we can use your UDF and when we should use the add new employee at this point of time, since we're talking about the add, UDF file, UDF file we use basically when the company is not, the client has not taken the employee central module. So in such case, we use the UDF file. And and why do we maintain when the employee is not taken employee center? Because to do your goal management, performance management, compensation management, you need some basic data of an employee. So that is the reason, when the client has not taken the employee center, we go ahead with the UDF import option. Now there are various permission management you can see which you can control with a role based permission. Who can import this file, who can see this file. So all these detail you can control via RBP. RBP is nothing, it's just a role-based permission where you're giving access to certain people who can edit, who can delete, who can maintain, who can read, right? So all those detail you will see in the permission management. Then UDF is also important from the organization structure perspective because you also maintain your department, division, location, cost center, and there are so many other data also you maintain. So, from the organization perspective, you know that which department or employee belongs to, which division employee belongs to, what is the location that employee belongs to. So all those details you control via your UDF file. Now here also you can see your daily HR operation. So UDF also it is important for the daily HR operation because when you're updating a new hire, when you're changing your manager or you're changing anything, job information detail or employee movement you want to track. So all these record that's an HR daily operation. You do that. That also you can do via your UDF. Now, here you can see what does UDF contain. UDF contain, it's a master data set which contains your person information. In person information, you have your name, date of birth, gender, phone, and employment information. You can see it will have your hire date, it will have your job code, pay grade, and employment type. In the organization information, it will have your department, division, location, and the company. And in the access, you will see it has a username, email, who's your manager, and then the role. So these are the UDF, file it contains. Now, there are certain field you should know in the user information. So you create a user ID, which is like an ID primarily across the company, for individual, they'll be using to track those record. For each ID, there'll be a username, because how you, call, will be using that person as a user. Then what is the status? Status is basically it's an active and inactive. Active means people who are active in a company, and inactive means people who are not active in a company. Then you have a person ID external. Now, this is an external person ID, it is there. Now, this external ID you don't require if company has already implemented a success factor. But when company did not have the success factor, so in that case, they used to have a personal number, and based on the personal number, they used to track everybody. But after the implementation of a success factor, you can go ahead with a user ID, and you don't need the external person number, of any user. Then it also maintains a hire date, which is very important when the employee was hired. What is the time zone the employee is working? What is the language preference that the employee has? So all these data, it comes into your information field. Then you also have a job and a position field. And position field and the job field, you will see who's your manager, who's your HR, what location you're working, what is the department, division, job code, business unit. So all these sections you maintain into your job and the position field. Then apart from this, you also have a contact and a personal information field. In the contact, you maintain your email ID in case if the company wants to get in touch with you. So on which email ID they should get in touch with you. So you have your email ID. You also have a country detail. So you have all these as a country. So which country actually you're from. Then your first name, your last name, your gender. So all these sections you will see, you will have all these detail. Then you have an employment information field, which consists of your employee class, company, cost center, job level. So that's all detail you can maintain into the employee information field. Now here you can see a simple detail when employee central, the client has taken an employee central. In this case, you can see here as a yes. Then add new employee, it is a master data, and UDF becomes a secondary. But when client has not activated Employee Central, so in this case, UDF data becomes a primary source of information, and which all module it requires, because you need those basic data to do the other module activity, and the module which is required like performance goal management, calibration, succession planning. Then you have a learning management solution, you have a compensation. So all these module, it will require the primary data. So now client, they go ahead with all the, when they take the success factor, they also take the EC. But almost like 7, 8 years before, most of the client, they did not had EC. And then, they used to maintain all those data with the UDF. But nowadays, everybody is using the EC, Employee Central. Now there are different type of UDF upload we can do in a system. One, it is a full upload. Full upload means you have a upload, for all the record you want to maintain. Let's suppose if there are 10 data in your system, and then you have a 50 data which is you maintain in Excel sheet. So when you do a full upload, so which means 10 data which is there in the system, and 50 data which is there in your Excel sheet. So all those record, it will club and it will show you 60 employee. But when you're doing an incremental upload, in incremental upload, it will only, you can upload the record for a user which you have changed. So that is, you can see upload only the change user record. Like for example, employee from active, it has become inactive, or there is some change for those employee which has happened, like the department change or the manager change has happened. So in such case, you can use the incremental upload. Then you have a partial upload. Partial upload is a specific partial upload when you're doing it, and then purge and load. When purge means like if there is a duplicate record, so in that case you can just, which is very hardly people use. Most of the time, either you'll be using the full upload or incremental upload. So that's a two thing you should know, what is full upload and what is incremental upload. Now, here you can see a real-time example, which is very important for the interview. And so when you're updating a manager, so you download the UDF file, maintain those record for employee whose manager has been changed. And then what you do, because it's an incremental upload, right? Basically, you require full upload when only you're creating a new user. Otherwise, you don't require a full upload. Rest every time you can use. Go ahead if there is any change in the UDF file, you can go ahead and use this in the UDF file. Then what happens when there is a new hire upload? Like you have to maintain the user ID status, first name, last name, email ID, manager, and all those field which is there in your UDF. So in such case, what you do, you maintain as a instead of maintain, it's a new upload. What you do, full upload. So then if there is an employee gets transferred, department changes location or change division. So in that case, what we do the incremental upload because it's not a new hire. It's just some data which has changed for a certain employee. So in that case, what we use as a incremental upload. Now, these are certain questions, when you face an interview, people, they do ask all these questions. And so you have your all these detail area and you go ahead and do that. Then another kind of you will see your upload, which is when employees now employee termination also, it is an incremental upload because you're not hiring anybody. You just change the status from the active employee to inactive employee, and you're also maintaining the termination date. So it's an incremental upload. So this was all about your UDF file. Now let's go ahead in the system and let's see how we can create a new user. We have already seen the UDF file in the last session, and we have seen how, what all these column it is. So what I'll do today, we'll directly go ahead and import this file from employee, export. So I'll export this UDF file, and then we will maintain a record. And I've also explained to you what is all these detail and what is this three detail. So directly we'll just get into the exporting user file. So when you select the export user file, you're maintaining all the record. You'll be seeing all the employee data in a system. So if I come here, if I come to my download, so here, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to extract this file. So here it is. I have extracted this file, and once you do that, so I'll open up here this file here. So we have already discussed all these columns, so I'm not going to discuss all these column again. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy any random employee from here, and I'm just going to copy this one. And what we're going to do, I'll come here completely down, and here you can see the row which is your 1876. I'm going to paste this record. Now, once you paste this record, you can maintain all the field. Either you can change this or some changes you must do that because you've just copied from somebody else's record, and then you go ahead and maintain all these. Now, first thing it is, now this is an employee name. So I'm going to hire an employee with the name Sushmita. So here you can see Sushmita, and the last name I'll take it as Gupta. Now here you can see all these detail, and like where you can see all these label, you can see all these label here. Now in case if you want to hide all these section, so what you can do, you can just filter your all these sections. So let's just give it a filter here. So I'll come here, I'll use this as a filter, and from this filter, I'll select my employee name, which is Sushmita. So here I have just selected this employee name, and now here you can just go ahead and maintain all these record. And before you import this file into the system, just remove this filter. Now here you can see all these label, what is all these label it is. So this is a first name Sushmita, last name I have taken as a Gupta. Why I've taken as a Gupta? Because a lot of employee when I create in my demo system, I create it as a Gupta, and especially when you're going to pull out a report. So what I do, I give it as a last name as a Gupta, and it just pull out all the report for Gupta. So it makes things easier for me. So now this is your first name, which is your Gupta, and we have also seen the last name here as a, then here you have a username. Username, either the first name username or the user ID, you can keep it as the same, or you can have it a completely three different different first name also different, username also different, and the user ID also different. I'm going to keep it as the same. Now here I have the only changes which I'm going to do here, because here S is capital. In the username, I'm going to make it as a S as a case sensitive. Now this user ID also, I'll take it as a user ID as Sushmita only. And I'm going to add something here, which is 123. Or maybe Sushmita 1. I think that is my user ID. Anyhow, but if you want the same to be taken up in all these two column also, you can go ahead and do that. Then there is a nickname. Nickname is basically like some people out of love, they call so Shona, Babu. So if you have somebody, you can do that. Then there is this suffix if you want to add something like like sing, you have a Shrimati, you have a Miss or Mrs., right? So whatever it is, you can go ahead and you have a middle name. In case if a person has a middle name, you can go ahead and maintain this middle name. You have a last name here, so you can see your last name. There's a title which is coming here, which is coming as a recruitment manager. I'm okay with that. I'll go ahead with the same thing as a recruitment manager. Then you have a gender detail here. So in this gender detail, I'll maintain this as a female. Now, the disadvantage of, when you block all these data, you cannot see how you have maintained as a gender. I mean, like you have given the F or M, or you have given as a complete, female. So that is where, it's a disadvantage when you go ahead and do. But anyhow, let's just go ahead with the F. If there will be any issue, system will prompt it. You have your email ID. I'm going to maintain this email ID as your Sushmita Gupta. Sushmita Gupta here at the rate gmail.com. Then you have a manager. Manager, I have already explained to you what is manager, and we have also discussed about the how we can see the HR details. So these are basically, it is nothing, it's just your column, which is your user ID. So if you want to search for this, what is this 82092? So you can just copy this number and you can make search into the select this column, which is B column, and search with this number. You'll get to see that who's the manager. Same thing it is with the HR also. If you want to see that HR, who's the HR, so you can also go ahead and check for those HR. Then you have a department here, so what department is a person is going to work? I'm okay with the same department. This is your ID, this is your label, and here you can also see they have specified the country also, which is kind of a good, because if you operating in a multiple country, in that case you will know what to like looking at the department only, you know that which department it belongs to, which country. There is a job code also, so here you can see job code. This is your ID and this is a label. So that is what your job code it is. In the previous last session, we have also discussed what is the basic difference in a job code and a position. Then you can see also we have a division. So you have a division here. I'm okay with the division also. I'm fine with that. Location here, it is coming as a US. Let it be Philadelphia. And I think this is your zip code in bracket what they have taken. You have a time zone, so you can see the time zone the way they have maintained. Hiring date it is coming. I'm going to change this hiring date to 2025. Then apart from this employee ID, if you are hiring a new employee after the success factor has been implemented, you don't need a new employee, because in this case you're going to use as a user ID only. Employee ID is only for the existing people. And if you want to track those, who use employee ID, it was that case you can maintain it. Otherwise, you can leave it. Then apart from this, you have a phone number. So I'm going to make some changes to the phone number also. Instead of 5, I'm going to make it here as 7. Then you can see there's a fax number. Fax, we don't use it anymore. It's basically almost like 14, 15 years before you can see the fax number. Then this is the address. I'll make some changes to the address. I'll write here as your building building number uh, 4. And then here you can see address 2 it is coming. So in address 2, I'll write here as a sector 2. And then you can see it is asking about the state, let it be in Pennsylvania. And you can see the city, it's coming as a new town square. This is zip code. I'm okay with the zip code also. Then here you can see AB, which is basically to do with the PMGM module. And here also you can see AD, this is also to do with the PMGM module. Then you can see there is AC column. AC column, it's a matrix manager. Matrix manager is nothing, it's just a dual manager. So if you're reporting, if you're on a project where there is a dual reporting which is there, so it's a matrix manager. Now you can see your manager also here. One manager we have maintained here. So this manager is basically it's a direct manager, and any second manager if you have, you can go ahead and maintain into your matrix manager. So what you're going to maintain here again, you can maintain the user ID. So we have seen the user ID, it's getting used into three places. One, it is your manager, another it is HR, and third it is your matrix manager. But I'm not maintaining any matrix manager, so we'll just go on. Then you can see AE column. AE's column is nothing, it's just a language. So because we're hiring a person in US, so let it be the US language only. Proxy here, you can see I'm not going to maintain any proxy. Proxy is just a topic after the UDF will discuss what is proxy, and I'll explain to you in detail what is proxy here. But as of now, let's just focus on the UDF file. Then we have also discussed about your certain custom field, which is you can see they have certain custom field they have maintained. I'm going to remove all these custom field. Now, when you're maintaining certain thing in a custom field, like for example, here there is certain date which is maintained. It's also better to change the label. Label, you can still see the customizable field one it is coming, right? So we have no idea that what this date actually it means. So if you have any record, see, now SuccessFactor provides you there are total 15 customizable field from customizable field 1 to I think this is still customizable field 15. This is for custom field 15. Here you can see they have changed the label. I don't know what language it is. So this is 13, this is 14, but I think this is 12, this is 13, 14 is missing here. I think somebody has deleted those records, so it is not showing here. So normally there are 15. What is the purpose of having a custom field? The purpose of having a custom field, it is like, for example, this is just a basic data. Now, there are certain field which you will require as in detail, like for example, date of birth. Now, here you can see there are certain date which is maintained. If you want to track date of birth, you can write here as a date of birth. And when you upload this record, so instead of showing as a custom field, customizable field as one, it will show as a label as a date of birth. So wherever the system will show as a customizable field one, it will automatically take it as a date of birth. Even when you will, after uploading, when you will download this UDF file again, it will show you as a date of birth only. So it basically it's a kind of a help. Because UDF itself is a very short file, and since you do not have so much of data to maintain in the UDF, so in such cases you can use this, and you can change all these level whatever it is. But anyway, I'm not going to maintain this. Here you can see somebody has given the label. I don't know what is this. I'm going to remove this. Then here you can see, I think this is a company what they are maintaining. This is an email ID. I'm going to remove all these detail also. There is a country, I think country is already specified here. Somewhere we have seen in the address, the country was already coming here. This is address one, address two, address city. Oh, country is not showing up here. I think somebody has accidentally, move the country to your this side. So here you can see the country it is showing up here. Otherwise, country also shows with the address only. Then you can see there is something coming here as an onboarding ID. Onboarding ID is nothing, it's just your when you are onboarding something and there is an ID. So if you want to track those ID here, you can do that. You have assignment ID. I'm going to remove this assignment ID, and then you can see there is a UDF file. UUID file is basically when you upload the record, system automatically creates a UDF file. Now there's a display name it is coming, so I'm going to write here as a full name, which is Sushmita Gupta here. So this will be the display name and user ID here as an external. But this is also important. So I'm going to copy as a user name ID what I have given. Same user ID. I'll give this here as a assignment ID also. So if I come here with this assignment ID and I'm going to give this assignment ID and this UUID file system will automatically create. Save your this file. Remove this filter option which is coming here. So I'll clear this filter option so you can see your all these data and you will see the data which you have created for Sushmita. It is showing up here. So if I come into this section, so your file is ready. Save your this record and import this file into the system. How are we going to do that? Click on import employee. Import your employee where it is. Import succession translation import proxy import employee. So here you can see import employee data. So if I click here as an import employee data, it will give you the option. What do you want to do? So here you can see it is asking me to import data. What data which you want to import? It's just a basic file. So I'll select this basic file and choose your file here. So I'm going to save this detail here. So first save your this section and then choose your file. So here in the download, so you can select your file. Now, before you import this actual file, you should always validate import file. In case if there is some error, system will show you. But because it's a demo system, so there might be a lot of error it will be showing. So here you can see I have just validate import. So you can see there's a lot of user detail and record which are missing. I'm not going to maintain all these records because it's not an actual client. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select your this record and import your this section directly into the system. Now here you can see I have directly uploaded. Now an email will get trigger when this file will be successful and informing you that yes, this record has been created and it has been successful. So that is how it will work. Now we'll have to wait for a few minutes and then you can go ahead and check whether Sushmita is coming in your this search or not. So because it was a lot of file, I think 1800 some plus file it was showing up here, right? Now let's just refresh this and see whether Shoshmita is coming here or not. There's no result which is coming here. So in such case, what you can do, you can also check it. There is a job history which is there. So I'll just duplicate this, success factor detail. Once you duplicate this success factor detail, then if you come to the admin center, in your admin center, you have a scheduled job. So you can see whether the scheduled job has been done or not. So if I click on the scheduled job, so here you will see your schedule detail, it will show. Now let's see in the scheduled job whether my file has been successful or not. This is what date it is? 25th. Oh, there are so many. I think this is what we have done. This is somebody else has done it. We have just an employee import. Oh, showing as a successful. Actually, I think there is also some scheduled job here. Let's search for some other scheduled job. Schedule, manage schedule. This is different, right? So manage schedule job manager. So here also you can check all the record, whether it's been successful or not. So here you can see this job name, it is, I think this is the one, employee data input, right? What we have done. And this is my ID. This is my name and this is my ID here. So you can see it has been completed. I'll just check here if Sushmita it is showing here or not. So I'll just refresh this section again. And here I'll search here for Sushmita. It's still not showing it. I think it's a it's a demo system team because it's a demo system, so it's not showing you the result here. But this is how you actually create this record. I think this is what we have given, right? So let's just come here and check what we have actually given. SU, SUSH. So if I come here again, SUSH, that record, it's not showing. I think the record is not showing because the demo team, they have not given us access to create anything because that is how they also earn. So it's not showing up, but this is how once you upload, the record it starts showing in the system. So that was all about your import and how we can do your import and your other detail. Now, another topic we also talked about, uh, that was a proxy section. So let's also talk about the proxy section and we'll see what is the meaning of a proxy. So if I come here and if I just take it here as a proxy detail, I'll just write here as a proxy. Before we go ahead with the proxy, let's also understand what is the meaning of a proxy. Let me just bring it down here, copy this. And so it's just going to talk about the proxy. So let's just come to your PPT, what basically it's your proxy management. So if I come here and so proxy management, it is nothing. It's just that when you're acting on behalf of somebody, like for example, let's suppose your client that you're working and they're present into 10 different floor. And since they're present into 10 different floor, and since you're sitting on a ground floor, now imagine somebody has an issue on the 10th floor and you have to go on the 10th floor to resolve that issue. Then again from the 10th floor, if somebody has an issue on the fifth floor, you will go on the fifth floor to resolve that issue. Imagine so much of time wastage will be happening. So in such case, basically what happens, you do with the proxy detail. So what you do with the proxy detail, you go ahead and check your, from your own desktop sitting on a ground floor, what you do, you use as a proxy to temporary to log in into somebody else's system without the password and make those certain changes, whatever the issue is coming. So that is what you can go ahead and check this proxy. Like for example, here you can see you don't need a password to do a proxy. So and obviously to do a proxy, you need permission from a particular detail. But if you're an admin, you don't need a permission because that's basically admin has all the right to proxy into anybody's system and check those records. So here you can see like this admin is checking this employee and this employee can also check for this employee. So that is what basically it's a proxy. It means a temporary permission that lets you to log in as another user without knowing their password. So that is what basically, and this proxy is not given to everybody because everybody, if they're going to give, they're going to misuse those proxies. So that is the reason. Proxy is only given to certain authorized people to and you can also limit the employee to where they can actually proxy. So that is what all we're going to do and see into the proxy management. Now proxy is important because, as I told you, you can't keep on going from floor to floor. So it just checks your missing employee detail. There's some issue coming on the workflow. These are the few example of a proxy why it is important. If there's some issue coming into the RBP, there is some issue coming in the form visibility, form has been launched and it is not showing, then there is some learning assignment which is there, and you're not able to check all these learning assignment. You're not able to track the time, record how much is the score. So all these detail, that is the reason proxy is important. Now, proxy, from the support perspective, so these were the issues like what it comes into the trouble. Then you can see the supporting manager. So if there is a supporting manager, so you need to have a approval workflow, complete the performance form, complete the compensation worksheet, right? So as a supporting manager, if the original manager is basically busy somewhere else and they're not approving, so you can always go ahead and log in as a supporting manager and change all these record. So that is what it is. Another area the proxy it is important. Now you can see here as a proxy, see, proxy is also important when you're doing a testing. So in that case, it's like, no, in testing during maybe let's suppose some approval which is required. So you're not going to go to that person and tell him, that kindly approve it because it's just a testing. So you can just proxy as in the testing only to that as that manager and approve it from their, system. So that is also, it is like, when you're doing a testing, it is very important. So then you also have proxy is also important for training and demos also. Why it is important? Maybe let's suppose I have to show you the workflow. And in that workflow, it's like, because you have only one user ID, you will not have so many user ID when you talk about it during the demo session also. So in such case, it's like, proxy becomes important because you can just go ahead and proxy and you can approve those record from the detail, right? So that is it. So you can see demonstrate navigation, show manager specific feature, provide the module walkthrough. So like this also, you can go ahead and check your all these section. Now proxy, let's see. So here you can see proxy user. So you HR can basically can check for all employee to troubleshoot something. Manager basically requires a proxy to give certain approval for the workflow. That is the reason they just go ahead and manager required. IT support people, they require it to fix, for some specific user only, and they require it to fix some technical issues. And then your EA, which is required to CEO leader or admin task. Basically, out of all these details, so admin HR people, it's like, the one who's a success factor consultant, they require majority of the time. So in that case, they can access all the employee and they can troubleshoot all these details. So that was about the proxy management. Let's just come into the system and understand how we can do this proxy management. So there are four ways through which you can do the proxy. So one way it is proxy management. So that's a proxy management, and this you can do that from the instance architecture. So in all right, so this one you can do it from the instance architecture. So and this so let's go ahead and see that instance architecture. But before we go ahead, let's have a two user detail. In this case, I'll have to figure it out two different user detail here. Let me just see here as a somebody as a RAM here if any RAM exists in this particular system if there isn't. So you can see you have a data as a RAM test. And so RAM test is a person name. Or maybe let's use this Ram Singh. So this is Ram Singh. And there was a user ID also, it was a specified, right? Which is Ram underscore Singh. So let's just specify this Ram underscore Singh. Now, we need another user ID also. Maybe let's check here some another Gupta here if it is there appearing. Oh, Shushmita Gupta has started showing up here, right? So you can see this record for the Shushmita. So let's just again refresh this and see if Shushmita is showing up here. You can see here, team, Sushmita has started showing up here, right? So like this, you can check your all the record which we have maintained previously. So if you want to see more detail about, so whatever the record you're going to maintain, it will show here, and the record you will not maintain, it will not show here. So here you can see you have the first name, last name, username, and this record we maintain, and there's a lot of other section also it is showing up here. Right. So whatever the detail you will maintain, it will show. Whatever the detail you will not maintain, it will not show here. So like this, you can go ahead and check your all these section. Now let's just come back to the to your proxy management. So here you can see, so we have a Gupta here as a Vamsi Gupta. So let's go ahead. I'll take this user Vamsi Gupta, and let's see what is the user ID we have maintained. User ID we have given Vamsi Gupta in all case sensitive. All right, so that's a user ID. Now let's suppose Ram is basically he's a recruiter in SuccessFactor as an employee. He's a recruiter. Now there is some very important employee who's supposed to get hired at a senior level position, and he's joining next week. But next week, basically, you have to go on leave. Let's suppose you have to go on leave, which is next week, which is from the 1st of December till 5th of December. So from 1st December to 5th December, you're going on leave. So in such case, basically, what will happen? So you're going on leave and you do not want this employee record not to reflect because he's a senior management in a company. Obviously, there's some important person joining. So you do not want, his record not to show because then they start raising those certain questions. So in this case, what you do, you approach to Vamsi and tell him, Vamsi, that there is some important person who's supposed to hire, joining the company. So, and I will be on leave. My leave is also approved. So what you do, you go ahead. I'll give you the proxy access to my, for my account. Just go ahead and complete the hiring process for this employee. So, and Vamsi agrees also. So that is how you go ahead. So first way it is to complete this scenario, we're going to use the proxy management. So let's come here and I'll cancel this. I'll use this proxy management here. So you will see the proxy management, it is coming here. So you have your this proxy management. Now here in your proxy management, you will see you have your detail. Like you can see the make assignment. So one make assignment it is grant the proxy. So you have to grant this proxy. Actually, this proxy management access also not everybody will have. Only the your success factor certified consultant, they are the only person they will have. So you have to send an email to that person informing that this is you'll be going on leave, and so this proxy you have to give, and then they will the whoever is a concerned success factor consultant, they will go ahead and create this proxy. Now, so the first detail, let's see how they will create this proxy. So the first detail which is coming as a who will act as a proxy, the username, right? So who will act as a proxy in this case? It is Vamsi Gupta. So let's type it as a Vamsi. So Vamsi Gupta here, you can see he will act as a proxy. What account holder will the proxy act on behalf of? He's going to act on behalf of, we have selected as a Ram Singh. So I'm just going to write here as a Ram underscore Singh. So you can see Ram underscore Singh, it is coming up. So this is what. Then another section you can see here, it is asking about the proxy right. What is proxy right? So it's basically, it is asking about the module wise. Which module you want to give access and which module you do not want to give access. So here you can see there are so many module coming here. Now, proxy is not a very good idea, team, to give to anybody because whenever you'll give this proxy, they can also access your system. So that is the reason proxy is not a very good idea to give. So all those important file and everything, it's like they can go ahead and check. So rather than giving for all the module access, we will give some specific module. Now here we are talking about the recruitment. So I'll give only the recruitment access. I don't think so. There is any other place there is a recruitment. So here there is, your recruitment, which is there. So I'll give this recruitment access so that any other important file, whoever is trying to proxy to my system, they will not be able to access those record. So here you can see I've given only the access to recruitment. And after giving access to recruitment, it's also asking you from which start date and end date the proxy can be given. Actually, this start date and end date, it was not there almost like 4, 5 years before. So what used to happen when you're sending an email to give the proxy, then once you're back, you also have to inform to the uh, SuccessFactor administrator to remove the proxy. So that used to be a problem. But now, what they have done, they have given the start date and end date. So automatically, when this end date comes, system automatically stops the proxy. But before there was, this was there. So you have to again send a mail to SuccessFactor consultant and they will remove all these proxy then. Now let's give here. So I'll give from the 1st of December, and whatever the timing and everything you want to maintain, you can go ahead and I'll give this till 5th of December, right? So that's where proxy should end. So here you can see I've given this, and then you can go ahead and save this record. So here you can see once you try to save this record, system will ask you, please confirm that you would like Vamsi Gupta to act as a proxy on behalf of Ram Singh. Yes, I want to act on behalf of him. Now, so you have given a proxy. Now, Vamsi can go ahead and check those proxy detail whenever they want. They can always proxy and they can, complete the hiring process, whoever is getting hired, and then he can complete all these tasks. So that is it. Now let's assume Vamsi is back because his leave was till 5th of December. Now Vamsi is back on 6th of December. So what he will do, once he's back on 6th of December, then again, anyway, because here you have given this for the specific date. So let's just again come out of this. Now, let's suppose you have this again. He will now because there is a end date which is also mentioned, so automatically it will get end here. But let me show you how if you want to be double sure about your proxy details. So again, you can send a mail to SuccessFactor consultant, and he will check your proxy details. Now here again, if I come to the proxy management, now if we scroll down a bit, you can see here, you can look up the existing assignment to whom you have given the proxy and to whom you have not given the proxy. Now here you can see to look up the existing assignment, you have the find the proxy for the account holder for which account holder you want to find the proxy. So I want to find we have Ram Singh, right? We have created as a Ram underscore Singh. So here you can see, so for this account, I want to find the proxy. So if I search here as a proxy, it will give me the list of the person you can go ahead and check. So here you can see Vamsi Gupta can do the proxy. It's also showing you from the start date and end date also. But anyhow, if you want, you can also go ahead and remove this proxy. There's another section also which is coming here, which is find the account holder assigned to this proxy. This is nothing, just a reverse way. Like here, you can put here as a Vamsi Gupta. And if you want to see that to how many user they have this proxy, right? So if you make a search here, this will just give you the reverse result. Now here you can see there's only one account. So I'll select this and I'll delete this account. Now you can see the proxy has been completely removed. So that is how the first way of doing the proxy. Now let's see the second way of doing the proxy. Second way of doing the proxy, which is your end user proxy, which means like in the first option you can see you have to approach to the your success factor consultant, but here you don't have to approach to the success factor consultant. You can directly do that if you have an access to this, which is very rare. The company gives you all these access, but in case if you have an access, you can go ahead and do that. And this also you can do it from the instance architecture. Let me show you where you can check all these details. So here if I come and you have your this setting, so if I come to your this setting part, you can see there is a proxy section, it is showing up here. If I click on this proxy section, so here you can see there's a two thing which is showing up here. One thing which is assign proxy. In assign proxy, you will have to create the proxy. So let's go ahead with the same example. Here you can see like Ram Singh is giving the proxy right to Vamsi. Now let's assume this account is actually it's of Ram Singh and he wants to give an assignment proxy right to Vamsi. So again here you can see the current detail it is coming here. Actually, okay, there is some proxy right which has already been given. So here you can see there's some proxy right which has been given here. So it is showing up your all these proxy. But anyway, we want to create a new proxy here. So, so here you can see, actually, this one, if you want to remove it, you can go ahead and remove this. So you will have the delete option. So you can see it's like delete option, but I don't want to use this. Want to give this some another proxy here. So add a proxy here. So I'll add another proxy. So to whom you want to give this proxy? We want to give this proxy to Vamsi. So here again, I'll select this Vamsi detail here. So it's asking me to Vamsi Gupta here. So I'll select it as a Vamsi Gupta. Oh, it hasn't selected. Vamsi Gupta here. Okay, I think that is how it is taking it. Fine. Then you can again see which module do you want to give an access. So you can actually control which module you want to give this access. Now, as we discussed, we going to give this access to the recruitment. So again, you can select this as a recruitment. Let's select it as a date from the 1st of December time till 5th of your December and the time you selected and save your this record. Once you save your this record, again, the system will ask you, please confirm that you would like to give Vamsi Gupta to be a proxy. Yes. Now, you don't have to approach to the success factor admin. You yourself can give this proxy right and inform to the consultant that you have given this proxy right. Now, here user, they themselves can give this proxy right. You don't have to approach the administrator. Now, let's assume that you're back on the 5th of December. And again, you come here and let's again come into the this section. Now, let's again assume that you're back on 6th of December and you want to remove this proxy. So again, if you click here into the assign proxy, you will see there will be two user it will show. One, it is like SuccessFactor admin, and another one which we have created, which is Vamsi Gupta, right? So if you want to delete this Vamsi Gupta, so you can highlight this Vamsi Gupta and you can go ahead and remove this. So you can see there's a delete option that is coming. I'm going to delete this. It's asking you, giving me the prompt that are you sure you no longer need Vamsi Gupta to be proxy? Yes, I do not want Vamsi Gupta to be. Now you can see Vamsi has been removed from here, right? This is the success factor admin which is showing up here. And the another record which was showing for Vamsi, it has been removed. Now again, you can create from here. So that is how the end user people they give this proxy right, and you can check all these proxy section. Actually, there's one more thing which is into proxy as a end user. Now here, if you can see, there is one thing which is coming here as a assign proxy. Now let's suppose you have created a proxy. So how Vamsi will be able to check my account? Because here there is only one thing coming as an assign proxy. To whomever you're going to give this proxy right, that person will be able to see become proxy. It will activate the another tab which is become proxy. So when you're trying to you know access somebody else account, so in that case click on that become proxy and access. In this case it is like you can click on become proxy and access to Ram Singh account and then finish those activity and again you can become so this is how you can go ahead and check from your proxy management, which is your, from the end user proxy. Actually, let me show you something else also, which I forgotten. Now here, because we have given and we have skipped that. So in your this section, how you do actually proxy, so you can see the proxy detail, it is coming here, right? So now, because this is an admin account, so you can see this proxy, right? It is coming. So if I want to check, let's suppose we have created the Sushmita. I want to check the Sushmita Gupta account here. There is some issue which is coming for the PMGM template for Sushmita. So I'll proxy into your this section. Once you proxy this to Sushmita's account, so you will see that logo has changed. Remember this logo, it was coming before as a some image it was coming. So now this is Shusmita's account. So you can come here, click on the module which you actually want to change. And after making all these changes, if you click into your this section, so here also you can see Henry Ritchie, which is actually my account on behalf of Sushmita Gupta, right? So it is showing you that I have actually proxied into Sushmita Gupta account. And then if you want to become self, so you can actually go ahead and become self here. Now, once you become self, you will see your image will automatically, again, it will start showing up here. And that section which you're showing as your on behalf of Sushmita you have logged in, you can see now it is no longer showing up. And this is your account, your Henry Ritchie account. So that was, you check your detail, like how you do the proxy and how you don't do the proxy. So that's a two section we have seen how we can do the proxy here. The third way of doing the proxy, it is from the UDF file. We have seen in today's session only, I mean, we have started the UDF yesterday, and we have seen in today's, till today also, we have covered the UDF, some part of it. So UDF is nothing, it's just a user data file. So with this UDF file, you will see you can go ahead and do that. Again, you can do that into the instance architecture only. In fact, all the proxy you can do from the instance architecture only. But instead of, I think, writing here this proxy management has to be done by the by your success factor consultant, or maybe the success factor admin. End user proxy can be done by the end user. And again, your UDF file, you will have to approach the SuccessFactor admin only. User, they cannot go ahead and do all these section of their own. So in this case, you will have to download your UDF file. There is some UDF file which is already coming here. So I'll open up the same UDF file. Now, in this case, we talked about we talked about your this detail, like Ram Singh giving an access to Vamsi Gupta. So we'll follow the same scenario. So first you have, acha, we also know the user ID of Vamsi Gupta also, we know. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a search with the Ram Singh. So I'll come here, I'll select this user here, make a search because we know that it is Ram underscore Singh. So oh, it's not showing up here. Oh, okay, spelling is wrong. So if I make a search here as a Ram Singh, so you can see Ram Singh, it is coming here. I'm just going to highlight this row here, so you can see Ram Singh. And again, just to be a doubly sure, just make it sure it's the first name and the last name, it is coming as the same. So you can see Ram Singh, it is coming here. Once you have a Ram Singh, and just come to the proxy column. Now, if I come here to the proxy column, I think AF is a proxy column here. So just to be double sure, 576, I'll just move this up here as a, so you can see AF is actually the proxy. Acha, here also you can see. So what you have to write here, you have to write here as a user ID. Now you can see this user ID, it is coming here. So now we know that user ID is actually used into four places. One, it is manager, HR, matrix manager, and the proxy. So it's the same. Like for example, if you want to see who's this particular user ID, just come here, copy this, make a search here, give this number. So you can see this person whose name is Emily very so where so this person actually has an proxy right for this particular user, so like this you can go ahead and do that. Now I'm going to come here and uh, create this proxy right. I think 570 something here it is. I'll come here, but I have to give this access to Vamsi. So I'll come to that particular column. This is a column, and we also have the user ID for this, right? This is a user ID of Vamsi. Copy your this section and give it here. So that is how, and once you will upload this file, Vamsi will have this access to Ramsung. Now, in case, let's suppose you want to give more than one user access. So in this case, you can use this file and you can give another user ID. So another user ID, I'll use this SF admin. But as I said, giving proxy right is not a very good idea because they can access your all the record. But anyway, because it's a demo system and I'm showing you something, so I'm maintaining two user to show you that. I'll save this record and let me remove this highlighted one. Once you have done this, we're going to import this file. So if I come here and if I check here as an import option, I think we were doing them import here also. Achha, that's a different thing. Okay. So here again, I'll come to this account and I'll type it as an import employee data. So here if I try, those proxy detail again here. So what data we are doing? We're trying to import the basic import only. So choose your file and again do that import. I think this was a file, right? This was a file that we have done, and just maintain this and import your this section. So once you import your this file, and because there was so many data, it was as an employee, so I think it will take some few minutes. Like we have seen the Sushmita also, right? It took some minute to show that hired employee. So we'll just wait here for a few minutes, and then I'll show you the how the result it will show and how you can check it. Let's just wait for 1 minute. Anyway, you can always check the record whether it has been created or not. You can do that into your proxy management. So if I come here into and check into your proxy management, and you can see here you can search for this, right? Find a proxy for the account holder. I'm going to check it here for the Ram Singh. So Ram Singh, it is coming. So if I again check here, if it has created, it will show you the record here. If it has not created, you can see it's not created because it will take some time to show you that record. So let's just wait here, and let's just wait for till the time the system process everything. And then if you will again make a search here, you will find that those proxy detail has been created. So find the proxy for the account holder. Oh, hold on. This is not this is the username only, right? So let's again see if I select it here again, if I click on the create option, whether it is showing or not. No, again, it is not showing. It will take some time, team, because there's a huge data which is there into your import file. And before it show you the result, it will show you your another proxy section part of it. So again, let me give this detail here. Again, it is not showing. Maybe let me refresh it. So if I refresh this and if I come here, oh, it's again not showing. I think it will take some time to see this result here because there's so many employee, right? There were at, I think 1800 plus employee it was there. So it will take some record to reflect that into the system. And before we go ahead and do check your all these sections. Let me search here again. Again, it is not showing. Anyway, team, I'll show you this result in tomorrow's session because I think it will take some time before give you the actual result. So, why is it still not showing up here? Let me remove this. Let me remove this and refresh it. Why is it still? Let me come out of it. I just type here again as a proxy management. So if I type here again as a proxy management, and again, if I make a search here with the Ram Singh, because I know that user ID, so I'll select this here. And if I search for the proxy again here, oh, it has not here. So I'll show you this result in tomorrow's session because there's no point waiting. And then there is one more proxy here because we have seen, and I told you that there are 4 ways, which is a proxy import. Proxy import again, I'll cover it in tomorrow's session. And that's where I'll show that how we can all do this proxy. So I'll stop this session here. We'll continue tomorrow. Okay, team.